Hi, good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. I'm Debra Sheldon, Vice President of MAHA Institute. Thank you all so much for being here. What a week it's been. Monday was a really powerful day. In fact, it seemed the most powerful man probably in the world, the President of the United States of America, really smashed open the Overton window. And it seems, yeah. And it seems that broke the spell. And that is thanks to many of you who are here and to many millions more who aren't, who championed this movement. In the streets, in school board meetings, in town halls, at farmers markets, county fairs, the ballot box, and in your own homes. The usual suspects in public health and the fact checkers who intentionally concealed the truth and silenced challengers have lost their moral authority. That authority has been returned to the people, to those who have been gaslit for decades, to the mothers and fathers who protect and love and care for their children, to the dissident doctors and scientists who are motivated by truth and discovery, to the public servants who show up every day to get to the bottom of our public health disaster, and to the millions of Americans who continue to stand up courageously for what is good for our children, our families, and our country. And yes, we do have definitive evidence that vaccines cause harm. When the vaccine manufacturers were given liability shields, a vaccine injury compensation program was set up by our government, and it has awarded tens of billions of dollars since its inception in 1988. And my understanding is that's only for adults. Most of the children who were injured have not received any compensation. But no amount of money can truly compensate for the harms done. No vaccine or other drug for that matter is safe until proven otherwise. Show us the proof. The burden is on showing us the proof. Every year that the vaccine schedule continues unchallenged, we sicken and harm more and more children. And when there's even a shadow of a doubt about whether or not something causes harm, we have the right. We do. We have the right to make that choice for ourselves and our children, full stop. Babies shouldn't be sacrificed at the altar of Big Pharma to take one for the team. We must call for an end to all mandates and all forms of coercion. And now that the facts are clear, we need to begin the healing process as well, and tending to the serious and often unmet needs of those who've been harmed. I know that many of you who are parents in the room who have children who've been harmed by vaccines and who've been on the front lines of advocacy for decades want nothing more than to not have this happen to any other family or child or parent. And I'm so grateful for your presence today and for your voices throughout the years. Thank you so much. So the healing journey is really part of the primary motivation for us gathering today in the nation's capital. We are so fortunate to have a President and Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. who are clearly champions for truth and for listening to people who know firsthand. So thank you to each of you for being here. I want to really thank the panelists who've come from across the country to join us today, many of the leading experts in this field. I want to thank the MAHA Institute team, James Lyons Weiler, Maddie Garvey, Patrick Carriel, Justin Santopietro, and Noel Callahan, who are with us today. I think we also should just really thank the entire administration, the sort of dream team that's come together, including, in addition to the President and the Secretary, Drs. Jay Bhattacharya, Marty McCary, and Mehmet Oz. And to all of the public servants, many of whom I think are here today, who've joined us in this fight. Now, please join me in welcoming someone who's been a national leader in this movement. He's considered one of the bravest men in publishing. He's the founder and president of Skyhorse Publishing, and someone who's truly changing the cultural understanding of both what is possible and what is good. He's the co-founder and co-chairman of the board of the MAHA PAC, which used to be American Values 2024, which supported Robert F. Kennedy's presidential campaign, and the president of MAHA Action. Please welcome Tony Lyons.
Thanks,
So I'm going to start off by saying a few things that is not going to be news to most of you here, but I think for some of the media who's here and for some of the coverage, it's important to say. So what if everything you've been told about public health, about children's health, is just a lie? What if all the newspapers, all the magazines, the TV shows, the public health officials in the government, our doctors, our scientists, have told us things that just aren't true? And so the question is, can we wrap our hands around that? Can we believe that we've been lied to, that it's not our fault, and that we can have something better now? And I think if you look at the facts, so one of the facts is that we spend 3 times what any other country of the 30 industrialized countries spends on healthcare, and we have health outcomes at the very bottom. So how can that happen? And I think the way that can happen is if you prioritize profits over people. I can't think of any other way that that can happen. So I think, it's interesting that people go all around the world for treatments of all kinds. People go to Germany for treatments for Lyme disease that are really state-of-the-art, or for knee surgery that's state-of-the-art, or they go to the Bahamas or to Mexico to get stem cell treatments. So why is that? We're this incredibly rich and powerful country with, the best hospitals, the best scientists, the best technically speaking, but we're just failing so incredibly badly. And so, you can read the New York Times, and there's a New York Times reporter here today, and I told her I was going to say this. So the question is, the New York Times tells you that President Donald Trump is a danger to public health, that Secretary Kennedy is a danger to public health. But you look at what the experts have really given us, and the experts have so clearly failed the American public. And the fact that they're being pushed aside isn't a danger to anybody other than the companies that they've been supporting, other than the companies that they've taken money from, that our politicians are taking money from, that all of our newspapers and TV shows are taking so much of their budget from through advertising. So, every claim, every fear that these people say they have, all of those things have already happened. That our children are the sickest children on earth. So, that ship has sailed. We need to make our children healthy again. And that's not going to happen by allowing the status quo to kind of continue. So we want somebody to shake up the status quo. We voted for somebody who would shake up the status quo. And we, as Americans, have the right to have that done. And so what we need to do is make sure that we support Secretary Kennedy and President Trump in his efforts to really do a better job. So, there's a reason that Secretary Kennedy became a folk hero to so many people. There's a reason that there's this deep hunger for change, and that is that people, many of you here, suffered firsthand. That you were lied to. That so much has happened that should be against the law, and that we haven't been protected, and that somebody like Bobby Kennedy, you look at Bobby Kennedy, and he said so clearly that, he believes that he's doing this, he's doing the work that he's doing now because he was put on this earth to do it, not to be more famous, not to get more power, not for any other reason that he wants to help cure the American public, help protect our children. And nothing could be more noble than that. So during COVID, they took away our freedom. They took away our right to question anything. They took down books that I published from Amazon, from all kinds of platforms. Doctors, many of the doctors who are here were censored, were deplatformed, taken down from every major tech platform. Bobby Kennedy was deplatformed everywhere. And, so this country claims to be a country that is proud of its freedom, but we took it all away. And we've taken it from our children, too, because when you have autism, you've given up a lot of the freedom that you have. Because if you don't have a healthy body, you can't have a healthy and free mind. We all know that, And Bobby Kennedy says, a sick child has one dream, and that's to get healthy, and a healthy child has 1,000 dreams, has all kinds of dreams, has the ability to have hope and to have a sense of the future. And we've taken that from our children. When you have OCD or apraxia or tics or neurodevelopmental disorders or sensory processing, gut problems, brain problems, not to mention the just incredible frustration that children must have, that children obviously have when they can't communicate, when they can't connect, when they can't read or write. So, so much has happened to these children. And what's happening now is that we have the possibility of reversing all of that. And you see that parents who've been hopeless for so long, parents who've been told by their doctors, by the government, by the newscasters, that their children had no future. That they're starting to see, many of them did, that hundreds of thousands of sort of MAHA warrior moms fought through it all. And even though they were told it was hopeless, they tried every possibility, just heartbreaking, hundreds of different things, emptying their bank accounts to help their own children. But, what we're seeing now is that these children's brains are intact, and that there's the possibility, there's the hope now that they can make real recoveries. And we're seeing that through things like Spelling to Communicate. Through things like Spelling to Communicate or RPM, and if you watch things like the telepathy tapes, you'll really see that maybe anything's possible. Maybe science really is open. Maybe it's possible that we can disagree, we can look at things from 1,000 different directions and see real progress versus the idea that Fauci had, but it wasn't just Fauci. Fauci said, "I am science." But that really has been even the New York Times, even every major newspaper, even all of the media in the country have really been on the side of saying that science is done, that they're a bunch of experts, they know everything, we shouldn't question them, we shouldn't change a thing. So we all know that autism can't be genetic, even though we're told, and you can read everywhere, that it is genetic. But, as everyone in this room knows, genetic changes at this level don't happen in one generation. You don't go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 31. It just can't happen. That's real science. So, and that's different than the corrupt corporate science that's taken over this country. And you look at, some of the, there's a Dr. Horton who was at one of the major journals, I think The Lancet, and he said that as much, and this is 10 or 12 years ago, maybe longer, he said that at the time as much as 40% of peer-reviewed science was just corporate corrupt science, that it was just science that was bought and paid for to protect corporate profits. And I'm baffled that Democrats don't see that, because you look back historically and they really pointed towards corporate corruption taking over everything. And then at some point they just began to think that every pharmaceutical company, that every big food company just, wouldn't do something like that. We all know that isn't true. We know that the level to which they would sink to increase profits is just almost unimaginably low, that they would poison our children, poison everybody in the country just to make more money. That, you know, in some of the big trials, you see comments from senior people at these companies who basically say, it's not our job to look at whether the products that we create are safe or not. And so we have so many products from every different area, everything in our lives that are delivery mechanisms for toxins. It's just a toxic world, impossible to escape now. But, you know, the truth is, we can do much better. We all know we can do much better. And now, finally, for the first time, maybe in the history of the United States, we have a government, an administration that's in place that is willing and able and has already started to put through just really impressive reforms, sweeping changes. We need them, and they're coming, they're here. And I think, you know, the lady from the New York Times who I was just talking to, she said that she's reading and that she sees there's a lot of discord in the MAHA movement. And I was thinking, you know, that's interesting that would be a focus. But the interesting thing about that is that there's always going to be a lot of discord and disagreement between people who are thinking, between people who are open. Because if you're not brainwashed, if you're really free, you're going to think about everything, and you're going to read everything, and you're going to really try to get to know yourself, your own body. You're going to talk to your doctor. You're going to research it, get to know your own child really well. And what's true for one person isn't going to be true for another person. So people can really disagree authentically, and they can come to different conclusions generally, or different conclusions based on what they know about themselves or what they know about their children. So that's good, that's healthy, that's something we should be proud of. That's what everybody ought to do. So, you know, that's the kind of discord we should aspire to. So I'm proud of the MAHA movement for not being brainwashed in any direction. So what happened Monday was shocking in a lot of ways. Not the ideas that were expressed, but the idea that a president of the United States would actually just for a moment forget about all the special interests, all the people who were going to write hit pieces, and yes, in the New York Times and many other places, and all the people who are going to come down on him because these companies are not going to give up billions and billions of dollars of profit just because there's a different president, just because there's Secretary Kennedy at HHS. So, you know, what would you do if you had no sense of morality whatsoever, if your only goal in life was to make more money, and if you didn't care that you poison people? What lengths would you be willing to go to buy everything, to try to brainwash everybody, to try to set up a system that made it look like the sincere, the honest people really trying to do good things in the world, like Secretary Kennedy, are really the ones you should be afraid of? I mean, if that's not a 1984 moment, I don't know what is. You know, that there's this sort of crazy reverse psychology going on, that everything was great, you know, that these big companies are just, you know, all sitting around thinking about how they can make the world better for us. So, you know, anybody who believes that, you should question their sort of logic and their thinking. But, you know, I kind of want to come back to the fact that it's not their fault. It's not any of our fault, because the techniques that have been used by these companies are state-of-the-art techniques that everybody in America has been lied to, manipulated, you know, and that this is the unwinding of that. And the unwinding of that is going to be painful. And, you know, if you watch the movie like The Insider that had to do with what the tobacco industry was willing to do to keep its profits, you know, to go up against everybody, so that you had articles in major newspapers saying, you know, maybe menthol cigarettes are actually great for your health. But then, you know, they were very hard to take down. And if some key people, if the star of that movie, and it's a true story, wasn't willing to stand up, wasn't willing to risk his life, his reputation, his family, his connections, all the money that he ever earned, you know, we wouldn't know that cigarettes cause cancer. And the same kind of thing is true now. That I believe that if you look at the facts, it's impossible to conclude that there's no connection between vaccines and autism. I don't think that can be a logical conclusion, that if you look at what the vaccine court has held time after time, in case after case, when they've paid out, like you said, Debra, relatively small amounts of money to children. But if you look at what they compensate people for, many of those things are symptoms that are part of the basket of symptoms that go into an autism diagnosis. So there is a connection there, obviously. And then you look at, you know, are vaccines safe and effective? And everybody's heard that, and everybody believes, well, to an extent, everybody up until recently, statistically speaking, you know, 95% of the population, something like that, believed what they were told day after day after day. Vaccines are safe and effective. But, you know, as you'll see from Gavin de Becker's incredible book that you can all have a free copy of, called Forbidden Facts, you'll see the story of where that came from. And it's the Institute of Medicine. And you know what else the Institute of Medicine told all of us? They told us that Agent Orange was safe. And they didn't just say that once. They said that over about 15 years, after convening experts from all around the world. Agent Orange doesn't cause health defects, doesn't cause birth defects, doesn't cause brain damage, doesn't kill people. That's what they said, and they said it and they repeated it time after time after time. So these people haven't been trustworthy, and now, and I'm going to keep on saying it, we have people in positions of power. We have, you know, Bobby Kennedy, Marty McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, Dr. Oz, and these are people who are sincere, straightforward, and are going to follow the science wherever it leads. And we in the MAHA movement might disagree with them, because that's what we do. And, you know, there will be a dialogue, and they'll keep coming out, and they'll keep doing better and better science, and I hope they get to real answers, because they're not going to sleep till they get there. And I know how hard Secretary Kennedy works. He's at this day and night. So let's look at what President Trump said. So he said, don't take the Hep B on the day of birth. Why would anybody do that? It's a sexually transmitted disease. You know, that seems very logical to me. That doesn't seem anti-science. He said, take it at 12, take it at 15, take it at 20. What else has he been saying? He said a couple of weeks ago that we need real COVID vaccine science. He said, you know, I did Warp Speed, and I had this incredible victory of solving a problem that was given to me, which was to disseminate products to everybody in the country that all of the experts told me and showed me data that it would help people, that it would stop transmission, that it would stop you from getting COVID. So he said, well, if that's true, why don't you give that to the American public? Not in 75 years, not in, you know, the 50 years or the 25 years that they went to federal court to try to get the right to withhold all of this information. But President Trump said, give it to us right now. We have a right in this country to radical transparency. Why does a health organization, why does Secretary Kennedy's organization, why would they withhold anything from the public? I mean, they're not the CIA, they're not the FBI. This is public health, and we have a right to access to that information right away. So that's a major breakthrough, not mentioned in the New York Times or any other major newspaper as good news, and it's great news. What he also said was that, why would you give the MMR all at once? Why would you give any multivalent vaccines? Why not give individual vaccines? At the least, you know, we're just getting started here. We're going to do a lot of science, but why not do things that are obviously, low cost, high reward? And, what's the downside risk there? So I think that he and Secretary Kennedy and the whole team, they were very wise, very measured. And then, what else did he say? He said, let's not have any vaccine with mercury in it. Seems like common sense, right? So, up until a few weeks ago, something like 20 or 30% of the flu vaccines given in the United States still had mercury in them. Just absurd. Why would that be? You don't have to be anti-vaccine. It doesn't make you anti-vaccine to say, hey, there are a whole bunch of different options. I don't want to put the one with mercury in my child. That's just logic. Same is true with aluminum. Why would you do that? No rational person would. So I think that what you're seeing is this openness to ideas that we desperately need and that I think is really going to change the country. And I think, President Trump said he wants to go back to a time when autism was 1 in 10,000. He wants to do better. He wants to make it 1 in 20,000. And I think, that should be possible. We have great scientists. We have so much money. We've actually made a lot of progress scientifically, but we're just not using it. That there's been this corruption that a small number of companies control everything that goes onto the market and everybody backs them. But we have so many people, and I've met a lot of them, who have new devices, new drugs, new ideas of how to help people, and they can't get it through the FDA or they can't get it through the CDC. So, when that's fixed, I think we can have an explosion of innovation, that we can have an explosion of new ideas and of things that really benefit the American public, rather than have a system that's just taking from the American public to benefit these companies. So I guess I'd like to start to wrap up by saying that the autism moms really have been the heroes in this whole story. And I mentioned it before, but they really stood up to anybody, and they were treated so badly. They were treated like they were crazy. They were told, by their doctors, your child will never do anything. A laundry list of things that their children would never do. And yet they didn't abandon their children. They didn't put them away in an institution. They didn't give up. Like I said before, they tried hundreds of different options. They read everything. They were desperate to help their children. And then, so to have a media then who essentially makes fun of them, who attacks them, who says that they're anti-science, that they're crazy, they're conspiracy theorists. Once again, think 1984. And, these mothers have just made it through all of it. And this is the time. This is their time. And I would dedicate this time to all of them. Because so I think that the announcement at the press conference on Monday, that we should all just see it for what it is. It's a first incredible step, and it shows the dedication that the president has. He's made it clear he's the MAHA president, he's the autism president, he really cares about this. If you look back historically, he's made these kinds of comments over 20 or 30 years. He's not going to stop. He's not afraid of anybody. Secretary Kennedy is not going to stop. He's not afraid of any consequences. It's hard even now, I think, for the New York Times to write an article about him because there have been so many hit pieces that there's really nothing left to say. And what they've been doing is they've been attacking all the people around him. So you look at somebody like Stephanie Spear, who's just a lovely human being who's been working tirelessly with Secretary Kennedy around the clock, and yet they're coming after her, multiple hit pieces. Vanity Fair is doing one. So, I think we need to support all of those people. But what's going to happen is that, you begin to see the desperation, that they can't really, there's a limit to how many times they can go after certain people. So they're going to go after the whole sort of constellation. And then that's going to fail because none of those people are going to quit. None of us are going to quit. And we're going to keep fighting till we have a government in place, a media in place, corporations in place who are really going to protect us, who are going to look after what's best for the American people. And that's coming now. There's sweeping reforms happening, more to come. Press conferences, I think there are going to be dozens of them over the next 3.5 years. And I think we're going to be celebrating day after day that we should stick together, that there's just an incredibly bright future, and that, you know, this may be the tipping point, you know, that we were at this existential moment where maybe there wasn't a way to come back. And I think we've started to go in the other direction. So thank all of you for coming here. I'm thrilled to be here. I'm sorry I talked so long. And, you know, thanks just for everything every one of you is doing.
Hi, I'd like to invite Elizabeth Horn to come to the stage. Elizabeth is the founder and executive director of the 2M Foundation, truly a visionary. I have really enjoyed getting to know you over these past few months. Elizabeth is a California-based nonprofit, the head of the 2M Foundation, a California-based nonprofit featuring Compass as one of its major initiatives. Conceived in 2014, Compass now includes over 500 clinicians, scientists, IT experts, investors, and families affected by autism, all committed to finding answers by systematically gathering multi-omic data on individuals with ASD. She's also co-founder of the Autism Impact Fund, combining high-tech industry funding and startup process with philanthropy to accelerate progress in all aspects of autism research, development, and support. Welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, Debra and Mark and Tony, for giving me the opportunity to speak with this amazing group today. I'm going to talk about innovation. Surprise, surprise. I am from the West Coast. I have a daughter, Sophia, so I've been on the journey to figure out what autism is, what I can do to help her and help the other families that I've met along the way for 28 years now. So I'm a seasoned veteran. And as Tony just said, this is an important day. It's important because we are all here together, which is kind of remarkable. Autism is known as a fractious landscape. Many of us here after being on the journey for decades, like myself. And because finally the light is shining on the true biological elements of autism spectrum disorder. The answers we've all been waiting for may soon be revealed. When I met with President Trump in 2020, he promised me, one-on-one, that he would be the president who solved the autism crisis. He had close friends, he told me, with affected children. He was resolute on finding answers for those friends and for all of us in the autism community. When he made the promise, I believed him, and he said he would definitely get to it in his second term. Then he didn't get elected. But he did 4 years later. When I met with Bobby Kennedy in 2020 and then again in 2023, when he decided to run for president, he assured the gathering at my lodge in Northern California that he would not rest until he found those answers for each of us and for our children, many of them now grown, like my daughter. Miraculously, these two men, their organizations, and their legions of supporters have kept their word. Now the announcements begin to come, and we, the community, must keep our word as well. I promised President Trump that we would work hard to create pathways to health for every child that had already been affected, and a pathway toward preventing that dreaded diagnosis so no other family would have to suffer and wait and wonder about how to help their children. Our foundation is a Silicon Valley nonprofit, and that's important because living in that geography uniquely qualifies us to attempt impossible things. People in the Valley specialize in works of wonder and paradigm shifting. Innovation is everything. But how does it apply here to autism? Innovation, according to Merriam-Webster, is the ability to generate and execute new ideas, incremental, evolutionary, or revolutionary. Conceiving, developing, delivering, and scaling new products, services, processes, and business models. All innovation begins with creativity and a passion to change things for the better. Our credos at 2M are based on the insights of two brilliant men who were extraordinary innovators. First, Buckminster Fuller, who said, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the old model obsolete." And more locally, at least in Northern California, from one of our greatest tech innovators, Steve Jobs, "I think the biggest innovations of the 21st century will be at the intersection of biology and technology." Steve made that statement in 2011. That intersection is where our foundation lives. Our focus now at 2M is on providing the current administration and RFK Jr.'s HHS with a new model for healthcare that we call Healthcare 2.0, H2.0 for short. This model leverages the ability of technology to reveal ourselves to ourselves continuously through sensors, wearables, direct-to-consumer testing, and most recently, thanks to the addition of agentic AI, to the ecosystem of tools that now help us own our health. Here's Steve Jobs again, this time from a 1984 interview. In 1977, you said that computers were answers in search of questions. Has that changed? Steve said, "Well, the types of computers we have today are tools. You ask a computer to do something and it will do it. The next stage is going to be computers as agents. In other words, it will be as if there's a little person inside that box who starts to anticipate what you want. Rather than help you, it will start to guide you through large amounts of information. I think the computer as an agent will start to mature in the late 80s, early 90s. He was a little bit off in his timing, but the timing is now here. And with the help of some extraordinary people who are part of our coalition, we've recently built a proof of concept for an agentic assistant for people diagnosed with autism, and we're beta testing it now. We call it Count AI, because it's all about measurement. For our N of 1, my daughter, Sophia, who's very patient with me, it has proven to be remarkable at tracking, analyzing, and most importantly, predicting life-limiting behaviors like seizures, sometimes a week in advance of their occurrence. And it's only the beginning of what longitudinally captured multi-omic data can tell us about how to help our kids and how to prevent serious comorbidities before they manifest. Each of 2M's innovative gifts to the community is related to health and autism, and finally providing answers to our unanswered questions about why our kids, in addition to an ASD diagnosis, also have GI disease, seizures, motor disorders, as well as many other chronic conditions. The answers can only be found by us, all of us, each of us, and the data we collect and share about our kids' health journeys. We invite you to join us to change the future for all of our children. We have the support of the government for the first time, and I'd ask all the other administrations, trust me, and the courageous champions we found in Bobby, Jay, Marty, Casey, the entire HHS team, and of course, President Trump. I asked to be the president that finally solves autism. He listened and he acted. Miracles do happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I'd like to invite up Gabrielle Traub. She's a board-certified classical homeopath and international best-selling author. Thanks.
My name is Gabrielle Traub. I'm a homeopath, and I'm also a mother of a child with autism. I am deeply grateful to the courageous leadership of Secretary Kennedy and the mothers who came before me, whose voices made it possible for me to stand before you today. I believe that homeopathy should be recognized by HHS as a first-line treatment for autism and many other health conditions. I say this both as a mother and as a practitioner who's witnessed a rapidly growing number of children with autism improve under homeopathic care. Let me share 2 stories that illustrate what's possible with homeopathy. When I first met this young lady, let's call her Sarah, she was 12 years old with profound autism. Her family had tried everything. She was nonverbal and extremely violent if things didn't go her way. It wasn't safe for her family to care for her at home, so she was placed in multiple institutions, but was expelled from each one. At one facility, she bit the caregivers through the skin into the bone. It took 3 security guards to restrain her. I know this is shocking, but you need to understand the profound struggle these families face. She would smear her feces and menstruation all over the walls. She couldn't do anything to care for herself. Medications failed to help her and caused dangerous weight gain. Through homeopathic care, Sarah's life has been transformed. She communicates her needs, regulates her moods, and manages her own basic self-care. She has discontinued the medications and lost weight. Most importantly, she now lives safely at home alongside her loving family. Another child, Kaleo, came to me at age 9. He was nonverbal, autistic, and suffered from severe epilepsy. His seizures sometimes lasted an hour and often required hospitalization. Since beginning homeopathy, his seizures are now extremely rare. But the changes go far beyond that. His speech has exploded. He makes eye contact, hugs his mother, plays with his sister, and even enjoys trying new foods. His mood, focus, and independence have improved dramatically. Today, Kaleo is thriving in ways his family once thought impossible. Homeopathy cannot alter the genes itself, but it can alter gene expression. There is no masking or suppressing. It helps people, both neurotypical and neurodiverse, become the healthiest versions of themselves that they can be. If you'd like to hear more stories about what's possible with homeopathy, I invite you to watch the documentary Introducing Homeopathy. Research supports these outcomes. Studies show that people who use homeopathy rely on far fewer medications, both for acute and chronic conditions. For children like Sarah and Kaleo, this means less dependence on antibiotics, SRI drugs, and fever-reducing medications like Tylenol. So why should the HHS consider homeopathy as a first line of defense? First, it treats the whole person. A single remedy can help support growth and development, speech, seizures, constipation, sensory issues, sleep, and emotional balance. This makes treatment cost-effective and very simple. Second, homeopathic treatment strengthens the immune system and helps regulate brain biochemistry. Because it addresses root causes, remedies can often be reduced to occasional use over time. Only minute quantities are required, eliminating the risk of drug shortages. And third, homeopathic medicines are easy to take, even for children on the spectrum. We have a very high level of compliance. And finally, homeopathy is safe, non-addictive, and virtually free of all side effects. We also have research evidence. Observational studies in India and randomized control studies in Switzerland demonstrate measurable benefits for autism and ADHD. I've printed out the references on the table over there you can look at. Nobel laureate scientists such as Dr. Luc Montagnier and Dr. Brian Josephson, both proponents of homeopathy, have called for increased funding for research. Even farmers worldwide use homeopathy to treat livestock, where placebo effects cannot be the explanation, especially if you're just putting the remedies into their feed. Homeopathy has a long and distinguished track record in both epidemics and serious chronic diseases. If made as a first-line therapy, it will reduce healthcare costs, lessen reliance on pharmaceuticals, and leave a legacy of health for our children. As a practitioner, I've seen these transformations homeopathy makes possible. As a mother, I know how deeply these transformations matter and how urgently they are needed. We owe it to the American people to move beyond debate and step into action. This is not just professional, it's profoundly personal. Our children cannot wait. The moment is here. It's time for homeopathy to stand where it belongs, at the heart of American healthcare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabrielle. I'd like to welcome Andrew Downing. Andrew is a litigation partner with Bruckner, Spittler, and Schultz. He represents victims of vaccination harm in the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program for decades, and his cases include some of the seminal cases that have shaped vaccine litigation over the years. Drew frequently speaks on the vaccine program around the country and is currently involved in shaping very much needed changes to the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Thank you, Drew.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Downing, and I am a lawyer. Lawyers Anonymous. But I'm really a nice guy. Don't hold that against me. In the mid-90s, my legal assistant at the time had an adverse reaction to the hepatitis B vaccine and wanted me to represent her. And I said, no, I don't typically sue doctors and hospitals, so I'm not going to do that. But if you want to come in and visit about it, I'll look at your case, and if it's good, maybe I can refer you to someone. So in the couple of days before she came in, I started looking at this and discovered there was something called the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program that most people and a lot of doctors don't know even exists. This audience is probably more attuned to the VICP than most, but in the 80s it was recognized that not only did industry request and get liability shields in terms of litigation over adverse responses to their products, but the goal was to generate a vehicle so that injured victims would have easy, compassionate, fast compensation that would cover pain and suffering and cover out-of-pocket medical bills and cover loss of earnings and cover their attorney's fees in the program. So the VICP was created. It came online in the late 80s. So I learned about this with my like I said, my legal assistant. The government fought us on the case. It was very clear-cut, but they fought. And so we had to try it. So I came to DC, we litigated it, we had experts. It was enormously expensive, and we won. So about 3 months later, I got a call from the chief judge of the Court of Federal Claims saying, I talked to the judge you tried that case in front of. She said you did a good job. Would you like to be on the referral panel? And I said, whatever, because nothing ever comes of referral panels for stuff like that. So I sent him some information, and about 3 months after that, I got a call from a guy in Ohio. Now, I'm from Arizona. I get a call from a guy in Ohio who wants me to represent him in the vaccine program. And I said, don't you want somebody local that you can talk to? And he said, well, I got your name off the referral panel. I said, okay, whatever. And he goes, have you seen the referral panel? And I said, no. And he goes, you're the only lawyer west of the Mississippi. And so that is where it started and sprang into a massive practice. I've had my own firm for years, which should signal to anyone that these adverse events do happen. They're rare, but they do happen. Vaccination can cause any number of neurological adverse events, including regressive encephalopathy, which for years was compensated in the vaccine program. Mary Holland with CHD wrote one of the original papers on this and identified, at least at that point, and I think this was 15 years ago, 80-some cases of regressive encephalopathy that were compensated in the vaccine program before the Autism Omnibus proceeding started. So recognizing this as an issue is one of the things that I can assure you Secretary Kennedy is looking at. In January, the Secretary called me and asked me if I would come in and be a director within HHS. And I said no, because I had my own law firm, I had employees, I had stuff going at the time. And he was upset. I've known Bobby for a little while. So he called back, and we talked a little bit about it in greater detail. And when I got home that night, I talked to my wife, and she looked me right in the eye and she goes, "If you don't do this, you will never be able to bitch about the system ever again." And so I sold my practice, transferred all my files away, and am now serving as one of Bobby's senior policy advisors on a lot of vaccine stuff, not the least of which is reforming the vaccine program. No one would say that that program isn't broken and hasn't been broken for a long time. It's a combination of factors, I think, that have led us to where we are. When the Autism Omnibus proceeding started, I was hesitant to refer any clients in. I mean, I was on some of the committees that were deciding what to do, but my fear at the time was it's going to end up being public policy and money. It's not going to have anything to do with the medicine. It's not going to have anything to do with whether these kids were actually injured by vaccination. It's going to be money. And, you had 6,000 families that had legitimate injuries, and they all went in at the same time. The court created a process by which they could lump them all together and deny the claims. And that's exactly what happened. So since that time, autism is the A word that you're not allowed to utter within the vaccine program realm because you will be vilified, and as you guys know. But autism is simply a collection of symptoms. It's a collection of symptoms that place someone on a spectrum of neurological disease. It can be due to a mitochondrial issue, which Dr. Frye is probably going to talk about. It can be due to any number of things. It can be due to vaccine-induced inflammation. So originally, under the vaccine table, which sort of governs how this program operates, encephalopathy was a very broad term. In the 90s, the government sort of seized control of this issue and changed the definition, making it almost impossible for a family to prevail. Part of what Secretary Kennedy is doing right now, and with my help, and we have a team looking at it, is we have to figure out a way to capture these kids. If you only use the A word, whatever, that's fine. How do we capture them? Do we broaden the definition of encephalopathic events? Do we broaden neurological injuries? How do we do that? I was hoping that the changes to the program might have been rolled out before today so that I could talk more in depth about them. I can't. As you can imagine, it's not my place to do the rollout. However, the one thing that I want you guys to know and be assured of, and I've seen it now for the last 6 months with the Secretary and the people that he has working with him at NIH, FDA, CDC, he has your back on this issue. I'm telling you right now, He works from 5 in the morning until midnight. I don't even know how he does it. I want you guys to take away from this that you have a representative at Health and Human Services now that has your back. And Gabrielle, the only other thing I want to say is, having represented vaccine victims for 30 years, sometimes homeopathic medicine is the only thing that works. I've seen it for certain, and so I applaud you doing that. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much, Drew. Nobody's allowed to sleep. We all have a lot of work to do. Okay, next, Dr. Frye, a Harvard-trained child neurologist with expertise in neurodevelopmental and neurometabolic disorders. He received an MD and PhD in physiology and biophysics from Georgetown University. Dr. Frye is a national leader in autism spectrum disorder research, particularly metabolic disorders, and has authored over 300 publications. Welcome, Dr. Frye.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be up here to talk to such an incredible group. It's so great to see that we're making a turn for the better. You know, I started on this journey about 20 years ago as an unassuming child neurologist. I had parents come to me. It's when autism was being more and more recognized, and, you know, the parents would say, well, my child just got diagnosed with autism. They don't know what causes it. They don't really know what to do about it. So you're a brain doctor. Maybe you could figure it out. And I took it as a challenge. I found that, you know, as a neurologist, I could look at EEGs and find some seizure disorders. Then I discovered that some of these children had signs of mitochondrial disorders, something that I had been interested in before, so I knew how to diagnose that. And then I stumbled upon cerebral folate deficiency. And you know, the incredible thing is, as you go one by one and you start adding this up, you know, everybody would tell me, oh, that's just one case. That's just one case there. That's just one case. Well, even if it is, it adds up to real kiddos, and that you can really make a difference with. I was in academia most of the time, and my really career grew because I knew something about autism. So to every academic center I went to, they said, wow, you know something about these kids? I'll give you all mine, because I got a clinic full of them. I don't know what to do with them. We were lucky to actually follow the path of actually measuring these biological functions of their body, finding that there's mitochondrial issues, folate issues, and being able to figure out how to treat them. And of course, some of the work that worked out so well was this treatment with leucovorin, which has now finally been recognized, you know, by the president and by the administration, which I think is absolutely great. I've been trying to do this for 20 years, and people have been resistant because they would say, well, it's kind of crazy to think a vitamin can really cure autism, don't you think? And everywhere I went, I had resistance, upwinds, to really going uphill to try and show this. But, you know, we were able to do, you know, several well-done clinical studies, which were repeated by other, you know, researchers around the world to show that, you know, it's not just this treatment, but I think the important thing is it shows that autism can be treated, that it's not just a disease that you have to do nothing about and just some behavioral therapy, that some of these therapies, that whether you believe them or not, you know, they actually do work, you know, and, you know, it's this, this narrative that I think it's not that people don't want to believe things, is that they don't look deep enough. And, you know, there's so many people that make the assumption, one, autism is genetic because it's highly heritable, and you can't fix genetic diseases. And both of those are incorrect. You know, I like to ask my pediatric colleagues when they watch my genetic colleague give a presentation if they've drank in the Kool-Aid. Because the geneticist starts out by saying, you know, we know that autism is genetic because it's highly heritable. And at the end, they say, you know, we found this gene by whole exome sequencing, and we know it's the gene because it's de novo, it's not inherited. So if you can drink that Kool-Aid, I don't know how they can rationalize it in their minds. But, you know, but it is a strange phenomenon. You know, I do a lot of work on genetics because it's important. And I had a recent presentation at MAPS with my colleague, Dr. Bowles, on a paper we wrote, and he went up there and he said, and he's a neurogeneticist, he said, I'm going to tell you, all of autism is genetic. It's just all de novo genetic. So I had to do part of it, so I went up there and I said, I just want to clarify, you know, Dr. Bowles' statements that autism is all genetic, but it's all environmental, because those de novo mutations have to come from somewhere, you know? And I think this is a kind of new concept, and we don't have the framework, and a lot of, you know, the old guard just don't have the framework to understand this. And then we know that, you know, as we learn more and more about genetics, like Dr. Bowles, my colleague, I love him because he's a geneticist, but he says, well, let's figure out what the gene does, where it's broken, and how we can fix that pathway. So it's treatable. You know, we can figure out how to treat it. This is something that we can do. You know, so, you know, I've been trying to, you know, spread the word for a long time. I'm just glad that, you know, more people are understanding this, and I think we're making a turn here. You know, we've developed the Autism Discovery and Treatment Foundation when I left academia to try and figure out some of these issues. Along with John and others, we've developed the Autism Discovery Coalition, which is a group of scientists that believe in this new way of looking at autism and moving towards treatment and solutions. And we have a little pamphlet that talks about our 6 programs we've picked that are things that are just ready to go, and with a little bit of effort and money can be supercharged to help kids with autism. And one of them is leucovorin, which I guess the administration has taken off our plate. But there's other things like this, and we really have to promote these things that that aren't too hard to do and are very effective, like spell to communicate and such, that can really advance our kids. So thank you, everybody, for, you know, coming and your efforts and your excitement about it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Frye. Our last speaker for the Newsmakers Hour is Brian Hooker, Chief Scientific Officer at Children's Health Defense. Brian Hooker, PhD, is Chief Scientific Officer at CHD, an organization committed to the best health for children in the United States and worldwide. He's also Emeritus Professor of Biology at Simpson University in Redding, California, where he specialized in microbiology and biotechnology. The breadth of Hooker's over 80 science and engineering papers have been published internationally recognized peer-reviewed journals, and his most recent publications focus on the epidemiology of vaccine adverse events. Welcome, Brian. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here. It's so wonderful to see so many autism parents, and not only autism moms, but autism dads. When I started my career as a researcher, I got my PhD in 1990 in biochemical engineering. One of the things I also wanted to be was a dad. And it took a while. We found out that actually, if you have sex, then you can have babies too. It took us about 8 years to figure that out. But anyhow, good old sex. Who knew? But anyhow, my wife and I had a son in 1998, February of 1998. I grew up in a public health family, and I thought vaccines were the best thing since sliced bread. And really the only things that were brought home from my mom, who was a public health nurse who was in charge of the vaccination schedule and vaccinations for Riverside County in Southern California, which is a county of about 2 million individuals, were how bad infectious diseases were and how great vaccines were. So that was my frame of reference. And so my son was vaccinated on schedule, on time. We were going to be the good parents in our pediatric practice. And so he received his hepatitis B shot with 12.5 micrograms of mercury at 2 weeks of life. He then received his vaccines on schedule. Those that could contain mercury did contain mercury at 2 months, 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, and then 15 months. At 15 months, he received 3 vaccines, 2 that contained mercury, 1 that was a live virus vaccine, and then he also had an active ear infection at the time. We asked the nurse practitioner that day. It's the first time we ever questioned vaccines. We asked the nurse practitioner that day, is it safe to vaccinate a sick kid? And of course, she deflected and said, oh, we do it all the time. And in hindsight, I was like, you never really answered our question, lady. But so we went ahead against our gut, against our best judgment. Parents are the best experts in their kids. They are, period. Nobody is spending 24/7. with your kid. And if anything I've learned from this experience is trust your gut. Trust your gut. We should have not vaccinated my son that day. He received 3 different vaccines that day. We took him home. He was very, very inconsolable, high fever, high-pitched screaming. And this was the first time, interestingly enough, that we used acetaminophen in order to treat his fever post-vaccination. I was confirming this with my wife. We were sitting down. She said, oh, no, we didn't use Tylenol. We didn't use baby Tylenol when my son, before that particular point in time. It's just that his fever at that point was so severe that we were cycling between baby aspirin and Tylenol, baby aspirin and Tylenol. So that's the first time that he saw Tylenol, and he regressed very, very quickly. He had speech prior to that incident. He did not have speech after that incident. He lost language very, very quickly. He lost eye contact. He lost joint attention. His muscle tone weakened very, very significantly. And he was diagnosed at the same practice that gave him his vaccines with full-blown autism at 18 months of age. And so that started our journey going through practitioners. The first neurologist that we saw, a pediatric neurologist, said, well, forget about your son and go on a cruise. You don't do that. I mean, that is the most heartbreaking thing I think I have ever heard regarding my son and my son's condition. That is the last thing that you want to do to that wonderful, special, very, very vulnerable individual. And so it has been, that was 1999. It has been a 26-year journey bringing my son back. He is not fully back. He is 27 years old now. He's very, very bright. He's a speller. But the way that he describes it, because of whole body dyspraxia, he is a prisoner in his own body. His body betrays him every day. Intelligent, very, very intelligent, intact. Somehow my son learned calculus, physics, and German while he was locked into his body, okay? Don't ask me how he did it. We're still trying to unpack that. He's only been openly communicating with us for the last 18 months, some of it in German, which, 2 years of high school German. Thank you, my teacher, Miss Willard, for teaching me German. But it has been quite a journey, and it has been quite a journey as a scientist. I had the fortune of starting to work with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in 2015. I don't know why he started working with me. I had, at that point, that was after a movie came out called Vax, From Cover Up to Catastrophe, that talked about the CDC whistleblower, Dr. William Thompson. I had published a paper using CDC data that showed African American males were 3 times more likely to get an autism diagnosis if they got the MMR on time versus if they got the MMR vaccine after 3 years of age. Just merely delaying the vaccine after 3 years of age was delaying and also reducing the incidence of autism by 3 times. The paper that I published on that study was retracted. That became the news story of Vax, was the retracted paper. I'd read the newspaper for mainstream news every day, you know, going through the internet. And I came to the conclusion that my first name wasn't Brian anymore, it was Debunked. Because I always read about debunked scientist Brian Hooker, ABC News, NBC News, CNN, New York Times, wherever. And so I was answering to Debunked at that particular point in time, but Mr. Kennedy gave me a chance anyway. And my provost at the university at the time was fortunately very distrusting of the medical profession, so we had a good laugh about it, and I continued my university job, praise God. Mr. Kennedy is on his knees every day for all of our children, special needs children and not special needs children. He started working with special needs children at a place called Camp Shriver. Camp Shriver is the precursor to the Special Olympics. And he said that the autism epidemic and children with autism, by the way he met and he spent time, the first time I met him in earnest, he also met and spent time with my son Steve. He wanted to get to know my son. That is the type of individual he is. And so he spent time with Steve, but he said, this is like nothing I have ever seen before. Since being a teenager working at Camp Shriver, these kids are an anomaly. These kids are so debilitated. I need to do something about this. And you know, Secretary Kennedy, I could hear that term a million times and still not be tired of it. Let's just call him Secretary Kennedy and, you know, ad infinitum. But Secretary Kennedy really cares about children. He really cares about the chronic disease epidemic. And he is the most scientifically based, non-scientist individual I think I have ever met. Now let's get some things clearly. You do not trust the science. Okay, please do not trust the science. We test the science. When I teach the scientific method, when I'm at the university, yeah, I still teach adjunct, okay? We talk about the scientific method. We talk about observation. We talk about putting those observations into hypotheses. We talk about experiments and more observations to test those hypotheses, whether we are going to confirm or deny a hypothesis. Okay, none of that has to do with any individual. Nobody can proclaim that they are the science. Okay, and that by tearing them down, you are tearing down science. I mean, you know, talk about an inflated ego. That is not something that Galileo said. That is not something that Aristotle said. That is not something that, of course, all the scientists' names fly out of my mind right now. Help me out, Copernicus said. No, you know, these are statements that you cannot trust. You do not trust the science. You test the science. You test the science for yourself. Settled science is a misnomer, okay? The science is never settled. Think of what a pathetic world we would live in if bloodletting was settled science and we stopped right there, okay? Right? You know, if raw sewage in the streets was settled science and we stopped right there, and so therefore everybody got diphtheria and tetanus. Okay, you know, we have so many of these advances because people dare ask a question, okay? A question isn't an affront, and when you see a scientist that's encountered with a question and they bristle, then you really have to be careful with that scientist, because a question is a gift. Having that question, asking, can my son have a better life? Okay, what caused this in the first place? Can we help these children? Can we compensate these children? Can we prevent and reverse the autism epidemic? All of those questions are gifts, okay? And we're standing on the precipice right now of a tremendous movement, tremendous possibilities, tremendous potential, Okay, this announcement is not the first announcement. You know, it's not like, oh, one and done, okay, settled science, it's Tylenol, and we think vaccines, and we're gonna go away. No, this is the first of many, many announcements, okay? This is just the tip of the iceberg. And so all I can say to you is so much God bless you for your support, so much God bless you, so many luminaries out here that have been following your work for such a long time, so many yeomen that have been doing the work and doing the heavy lifting while taking care of their families, while taking care of affected children at the time at home. But, you know, let's buckle up, get on, and this is gonna be the most fantastic roller coaster ride of our lives. So stay tuned.
Brian, thank you so much. And thank you to all of the panelists and the newsmakers, speakers in the Newsmakers Hour. We're going to switch and move right into the panels. So I want to invite all of the parents who are on the first panel with Tony to come up. And we'll just get right started. We're just going to move into the panels, and we'll probably not take too many breaks between panels other than bringing people up and making sure you have your mic. Thank you so much.
Tony. Thank you.
Like Donahue.
Hello?
Lou? Yeah.
Hello? We're going to start with the first panel now.
One thing that doesn't get covered as well as the suffering of children themselves, I think, is the suffering of parents, primarily mothers. And I think, as I said before, it's such an incredible story how many parents and how many mothers specifically have just dedicated their lives to helping their children. In the end, it is such a beautiful thing, even though there's so much pain involved, but it's so beautiful that people would have the energy and the power and the dedication to just keep fighting day after day, year after year. And so, these 4 parents are not just speaking for themselves, they're speaking for all the parents of the 2.3 million people in this country who are suffering from autism, or at least on the autism spectrum. So I'm very grateful to have them all here, and I think we're just going to go through a few. We'll start off with the actual stories that each of these parents have. So let's start off with Honey Renisella.
Oh, I'm sharing my story?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I am the parent of 25-year-old twins with autism. Dr. Hooker's story was almost parallel to my son Vincent. My twins are identical. My son Vincent was sick at the time of receiving his inoculations until they took him out. He atrophied, lost muscle tone, lost his language, appeared deaf, typical story. Heartbreaking to hear. Heartbreaking even more so to hear it's still happening 23 years later. So I have identical twins. They threw me into the same mode that he went into, is how do I fix this? And hit the ground running, and I, for 20 years, did parent support. And I'm probably gonna say a little selfishly to keep myself motivated, because I needed to be around the like-minded open thinkers that would push me to keep diving deeper to find answers that would heal my children. By the grace of God, that child that I just mentioned was hugely impactful for the movement for spellers. He has saved hundreds of thousands of people by finding his voice, and now he advocates for other non-speakers, and he's amazing. And he recently spoke for Harvard University about incorporating higher level education, bringing in non-speakers with typing. He has an identical twin who is very medically complex, and we'll get into it at some point if we have time, but I don't want to take up too much time. But leucovorin saved the child's life when he had a life-threatening seizure disorder, and was told that sometimes children die from seizures. Good luck, God bless, there's no root cause. But my MAPS doctor didn't give up, and she found the root cause, and it was a cerebral folate deficiency, and the right dose, not just using leucovorin, but the proper dose of leucovorin, and a strict dairy-free diet has allowed him to be seizure-free for 14 years. So that Make-A-Wish kid is, so the announcements spoke really loud to me. I am now the executive director of MAPS, so my passion now is to train physicians to understand these modalities, like Dr. Frye just spoke of, and like Dr. Gaetana, as they're educating the community on how we can really help. So thank you for having me here.
Yeah. That's a great story in the sense that you see that all these people who we've been told are anti-science, can save children's lives. And that, part of the process over the next few years is going to be to flip things, put them in the opposite order that they've been in, where we should trust mothers, we should trust parents, and let them tell us what they're seeing. They're on the front lines, not the doctors, not the scientists who are, captured like the people working at government agencies are by big pharmaceutical companies just trying to make a lot of money. And so none of these parents, none of the millions of parents of all of the autistic kids in America care about making more money. They're the most likely people to tell the truth. They're the most likely people to read, to study, to look at every option. And I think you really are going to see that from these 4 parents. So thanks. Next up, we have Katie Wright.
Hi.
You guys are sitting a long time, so I'm going to name some names and make this interesting, I hope. My parents founded Autism Speaks in 2003, and I'm not representing Autism Speaks, but I think the lack of progress we've seen from the NIH and organizations like Autism Speaks, it happens kind of for the same reason, and I'll get into this. In 2003, my son was diagnosed, and there really wasn't much understanding about autism. My mom would go to the playground with Christian and I right after he was diagnosed, and he'd be doing, I don't know, some weird hand thing. And some mother next to us would be like, what's going on with him? And I said, you know, he has autism, he's doing his own thing. You know, turn around, and she's like hustling to the car with her kid, like leaving. It was bad. And then I was asked to leave a mother and me group because my problems were too distracting. So I think there was a lot of fear a long time ago. So my mom's goal with Autism Speaks was to create a culture of compassion where people were less judgmental and accepted it and didn't see it as scary or, you know, whatever. But I'll start at the beginning, which was very similar to Honey's story. My son Christian was a really normal baby. He reached all his milestones, crawling, babbling. He had pretend play, peekaboo, pointing in all the pictures. And then there was a catastrophic adverse vaccine reaction. It's just insane. He was 20 pounds, and it was the MMR, the HIB, the HEB, and the flu shot. So that, I don't know, that's like, what, 8 viruses injected into a 20-pound baby. And this is what they tell you. Before you take the baby to be vaccinated, give them Tylenol, full dose of Tylenol, and then immediately after, give another dose of Tylenol. And if he's still upset after that, another dose of Tylenol, right? Because it's perfectly safe. So that night, he screamed, and he had 103-degree fever, and we were in an ice bath all night. And this part's important. Like, we called the pediatrician 3 times, and she was like, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. I said, should we go to the emergency room? She's like, no. And I think there's a cognitive dissonance there. I think pediatricians are people who care deeply about children. They work hard. They don't make very much money. The idea that these vaccines could be causing any harm is just no. They just dismiss it out of hand, and they can't hear it. And later when I got the chart to see what was in the vaccines, I saw she was very careful making notations about everything. But that night that I called like 3 times, zero, didn't write anything down. They just don't want to deal with the question of adverse vaccine reactions. At that time, Autism Speaks wanted me to do press, and I said okay, because I wanted people to see, like, there's nothing to be, nobody did anything wrong, there's nothing to be ashamed of, why should we hide our kids? But then they started to get really angry at me because when I asked to tell my story, of course I would talk about the vaccines, and they're like, this is dangerous, you're scaring people, and it reminded me of, I remember my hero, Jenny McCarthy and Jim Carrey were on Larry King Live a long time ago, and he was telling her, Larry King was, you're talking about this is dangerous. And Jim Carrey said, okay, talking about the problem is not talking about the problem is not the problem. The problem is the problem. So stop telling us not to talk about it. That's not going to solve the problem. We have to be open to solve the problem. And so that, you know, so that's what I thought. And then I found out through, maybe you guys did too, through the chart that this was 2001, and I thought mercury was taken out of all vaccines in 2001 because I'd heard this on the news. Okay, so I look at the chart, and there's mercury in all of his vaccines until 2003. And it's just a horrible, horrible feeling because you know what that means. And I called up and I said, how could you do this? You broke the law. You gave these vaccines to... And I still hear her say, Katie, those are perfectly good vaccines, and why should we throw them away? Because we had a grace period until 2003. And I was like, oh my God. So then we didn't see anything going on at the CDC or the NIH. And, I'll let my nerd flag fly a little. I like statistics. I studied research methods. And I would look at the CDC research and be like, what the heck? This is horrible. This would get an F in an intro to statistics course. And my dad and mom said, let's go down and talk to the CDC. They know what they're doing. They're going to take care of this. They're the best in the world at this. Okay, so I said, Dad, no way. He's like, well, you're not a doctor. I don't know how many. No, I'm not. And so we go down there, and we're talking to the person who's in charge of the CDC autism program. And we're like, what are we doing? Do you have an awareness campaign? This is like 2004 or 5. No, we're not going to talk about it. But why? She's like, that'll create fear. We don't want to alarm people. It's better if we don't talk about it, and then maybe people will figure it out on their own. I'm like, what? And they're like, well, can we partner with you to do an awareness campaign about, at least learning the signs? Because my daughter had to go to like 6 different developmental psychologists to get this diagnosis. And that cost like $10,000 by the time. It was ridiculously hard. And they said, oh, no, we cannot partner with you. Talking about these stories is too upsetting to people, and we think it's better if we don't talk about it. And then my dad said, words that he almost never said to me, Katie, you were right, because they were so awful. And then we went to the NIH, and we asked Dr. Collins and Fauci. Collins was actually very nice. Fauci was like this the whole time, waiting for someone more interesting to come walk by. And my mom said, what can we do to make progress? Why is there no progress? It's like 2006. And he said, Suzanne, if you double our research budget, you're going to see it all light up. We're going to see so many breakthroughs and treatments. And okay. So my mom was an overachiever. She quadrupled the budget. And, he had said, you'll see it in 10 to 15 years. Okay, I see a lot of nothing. It's been 20 years. Nothing for nothing. And I got so upset. I was reading this article, and it was in the Spokane Review yesterday with Dr. Collins. He feels so sorry for himself. He has been maligned. He was forced to resign, and he's writing a book about all the medical breakthroughs he's assisted. And I'm like, okay, that's going to be a short book. And 2, I want a book about all the non-breakthroughs that were under your watch, which was incessant. So chapter 1, autism. You wasted probably $1 billion doing horrible research on like the same 5 things, computerized face reading, Fragile X, Angelman's. There's a lot of very niche areas which aren't even autism. They kind of shoehorn that in there because geneticists like it. And they said, but we're doing GI research because my son was in agony. And their idea of GI research was, does stress make it better or worse? And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I said, there's this great Dr. Kriegsman, and he's actually doing treatment, and he has all the scopes, and he would love to do some research about the origin of the GI disease and treating it. And they were like, oh, no, that's Wakefield area. And I'm like, what? I didn't even know who he was. I'm like, no. They're just, all they care about is themselves. And so my mom came back, anyways, with all that money, and she said, you're going to spend it on environmental factors, right? He's like, oh, yeah. Later, we discovered that his idea of environmental factors were old, fat moms, moms who take street drugs, old dads, fat dads. Those are their idea of environmental causes. So we've gotten nowhere. And then that's the same thing with Autism Speaks. And I think what we want taxpayers to support us. We want the communities to support us. We don't want to waste your money. There is enough money to do a lot of great autism research, but it's not getting done by the people at the NIH. So, for example, I really listened to Dr. Jay Bhattacharya like a ton during COVID because he was such a voice of reason. And he was so courageous about speaking out and saying, why are we closing schools so long? Why are we closing playgrounds? And so I wrote him a letter out of the blue, like, I'm nobody. And he wrote back immediately, and he's like, I care deeply about profound autism, which has been completely neglected by the NIH. And you should contact the autism database people that are doing a study. Okay, all right. So I contact them. This is so classic. They won't tell me anybody's name. They don't want anyone to speak with me, and it's not part of their regimen. They said here, these decisions about funding are made by the center office. There is a person there, 2 CEO directors. That director goes by council recommendations. Another person, on and on and on. And I said, give me a name of a person who works there. We're not comfortable with that. I'm like, who do you work for? You think you work for themselves? I don't know, but they don't work for the public. And I said, that's so funny that you won't give me a name of someone who's spending our tax dollars, and I can't imagine you have a lot of people calling every day asking about profound autism. So you got a lot of time, lots of time. And I called Chuck Schumer's office, who's got, 18 constituents? And I wanted to talk to him about this. A week from Thursday, he can see you. Okay, you know what? He's a busy guy. He's got a lot of constituents, and yet he can makes the time. So the NIH is a huge, huge problem. I am really hopeful that Secretary Kennedy makes personnel changes, let's say that, and we see people who actually really care and are transparent. And then this is, of course, during COVID, like a lot of parents, I didn't want my vaccine-injured son given the COVID vaccine. He and I are also allergic to phenyl glycol, which is in every vaccine. And it was like a police state. The only exception allowed legally was like if you were ongoing chemotherapy, something like that. So they turned it down, and I wrote this isn't fair. We're allergic to this substance, and we have to get vaccinated, or we can't go in a store, we can't go in a restaurant, we can't be part of society. And there was no, so of course then I got suspended from Twitter for a month, and then I had this bar over my face that said unreliable or misinformation spreader. Yeah, and this went on for 2 years. So I think it's important, everybody's so upset about Jimmy Kimmel and blah, blah, blah. But when it comes to ordinary people being censored, this went on for 2 years. And the Freedom of Information Act showed that Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins had their feelings hurt by tweets that were like, what the hell are they doing? They're lying to us. I don't believe the animal transmission. And they called. These are like me at 12. You hurt my feelings. I'm calling and complaining. And they called up Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and said, these insults, take them down, to suspend these people. And I'm like, this is what they're doing with their time? It's so pathetic. And I was in disbelief, but that's a great tool, the Freedom of Information Act. Even though under Biden it took years, which is just I don't know. I mean, obviously, I saw yesterday Trump had a wall of presidents up, and for Biden, he just put the auto pen. So I don't know who was making the decisions about vaccines, but, they have a lot of nerve. Finally, it's very sad what happened to Autism Speaks. I started talking about Mercury because they asked me about it, and then Autism Speaks went public and said, she doesn't represent us, and her views are heretical. And then the next day, it was on the front page of the New York Times, and they were making fun of me and other parents they called us Mercury hoaxes or whatever, Mercury hoax, because of course, it's good for you, and I shouldn't complain that it was in all the vaccines. And it was just such a classic New York Times slander, trash piece, one of their 100. And then out of the blue, I get a call from Bobby Kennedy, and he's like, how are you doing? I believe you. And that's just the kind of person he is. He didn't know me. I was nobody important. But he saw the ridicule, and he believed what any normal human being would believe, that we should inject babies with mercury. And then I started to become more involved. But, it was a lot, and we're not supposed to hold back. But my son didn't sleep through the night for 8 years. He was up for hours. Sometimes I was worried I'd crash the car because I was hallucinating. I was so tired. He almost died twice from seizures. Once he fell in the intercoastal waterway where we were walking on a pier at night. I had to jump in. We were going out to sea. My 8-year-old saw this and he started crying. This happens a lot, and siblings are traumatized. But very grateful to Charlotte's Web because that has helped enormously with his seizures. I wish people, the New York Times and other publications seem to spend an inordinate amount of time and attention on very, very high-functioning individuals. And they really need to focus more on the other side of the spectrum. These families are really suffering, and they usually fall apart. But I'm so happy to be here today. Oh, you have one.
Thanks so much, Katie. I think, one thing that's really important to think about is that so many of the millions of parents who have, been subjected to this system that allowed their children to become so sick, have been tormented by it, have been shut down, shut up, censored, obviously have a lot to say. And I think everybody's going to have to get used to the fact that there are millions of people in America who haven't been able to tell what's on their mind, who've been bottled up, who are ready now to talk and talk and talk, and it's not going to stop, and everybody's going to have to get used to it, and they're going to have to realize that these people have really suffered, and that there has to be some sort of compensation on all kinds of levels. And so, if anybody talks for a long time today, I think we should just say, well, it's about time. So thanks so much. Next up, we have Sylvia Fogel, MD, parent, psychiatrist, and autism advocate.
Hi. So I have a 17-year-old son who regressed at the age of 2 in the context of an upper respiratory infection, and he had a lot of, I think, preceding risk factors as well. I've also worked for the past decade primarily with parents and families of those with autism. So I want to echo some of what's been said today, just briefly. The abject suffering and day-to-day challenge that many individuals and families experience who are on the autism spectrum needs to be understood, it needs to be talked about, and it needs to be validated by our wider society. And I'm calling on members of the media who have done a very good job of spending time portraying people on the milder end of the spectrum who identify with their neurodiversity, and they've had an opportunity to tell their story. And that's an important story also. But it's time for media and society to begin to focus on those on the middle and severe end of the spectrum, including the over 25% of individuals with autism with profound autism who deal with daily challenges that many people who don't experience this cannot even imagine. Self-injury, headbanging, we heard about fecal smearing, incontinence, impulsivity, impulsive movements, odd vocalizations. My 17-year-old son who has profound autism, he, like many people who eventually learn to spell to communicate or type to communicate, can also describe that his body is not under his control. But he is scary to people. right? He comes up close, he jumps in their face, he vocalizes. You know, we've had visitors in our home, young children, who are frightened by him. And I think that many of our families have been invisible up until now, in part because we can't participate in society. We can't go to the holiday party. We can't go to the 4th of July event. We can't go to the family gathering because our children are disruptive, because they're having a hard time, because they're in pain, because their co-occurring medical conditions make it hard for them to go anywhere. But relatedly, I think it's also hard for society to see and accept our children because the tragedy is sometimes too much for people to bear. And so our children remain hidden, they remain invisible, our families suffer with loneliness and isolation. And so I'm really calling upon the members of the media to please tell our stories. And I understand that the vaccine issue can be a no-go for many of the media. Can we just put that aside and tell our stories of what it's like to live with someone with profound autism day to day and have those challenges? So I'm sure we'll talk about other issues, but it's really a plea. And the parents I've worked with over the years really, it's an unimaginable level of loneliness. And the day-to-day stress, I mean, there is beautiful research showing that autism parents have higher rates of depression, suicidality, anxiety disorders. We know that their cortisol and stress response systems become dysfunctional and look a lot like combat veterans. They have PTSD from the day-to-day traumas of managing behaviors and seizures and other co-occurring medical conditions. And so I think we need to bring more people into the tent, into our tent, and it should be a tent of empathy. Empathy for what individuals and their families who are on the more moderate to severe end of the autism spectrum experience day to day.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. I think that point can't be made loudly enough. You know, that there are a lot of reporters who want to write the stories about the children who can do all kinds of tricks, you know, where the implication is that maybe, you know, I kind of wish my child had autism, you know, kind of like from Rain Man, where the, you know, where the main character can multiply, you know, 10-digit numbers in his head. But that's not the story of this 25% of children. And that, you know, some people describe as the real autism. And while there is kind of a spectrum, that idea of a spectrum and that idea of neurodiversity actually harms hundreds of thousands of children because it makes it very difficult for the outside world to kind of see what's going on in people's lives, like Sylvia and like so many other people. So I just think it's a really important thing for the media to begin to focus on, that this is not something anybody aspires to. You know, you can watch the telepathy tapes. It's an incredible show to watch, but it's not the whole story. And for so many people, it is just incredibly difficult. And I think the whole country kind of owes kind of a gratitude to these mothers, to these parents, and owes an apology to them, and owes, like I said before, every conceivable kind of compensation, you know, moral, physical. So last but not least, we have Lou Conti, who I've known for a long time. Lou has been an incredible advocate and is just a wonderful person. So glad to have you here.
Thank you, Tony. So I am Andrea's husband. She is the warrior mom in my life. And when Brian said earlier, you know, he didn't say don't trust science. He said, in essence, respect science, but you can trust the mothers here. That I can tell you. I saw someone in the audience laugh when it came out that, geez, stress might be a cofactor in causing autism. And I saw Mom up in front of me here laugh about that because they're under constant stress, right? I have triplet sons, now age 25. Sam and Thomas are on the autism spectrum, I guess is the phrase we use. Lewis is neurotypical. He's a pain in the ass. He's an architect. What I will tell you is that the journey you're hearing about of being isolated, being, at times ridiculed, all of that is true. I can tell you that as a man. I've watched it. I've watched it happen in my own family where, you don't get invited to as many things and all that stuff. That's real stuff, right? But since the media is here, I do want to draw some attention to some very important things here. The first is these people with autism are growing up. They're becoming adults. And I can assure you of one thing here. Someday I'm going to leave this world. I'm not going to live forever. So we need to devote attention and focus to the issue of what we're going to do with millions of people who cannot care for themselves. We need a future for them that is built around compassion. Excuse me. And that's built... Thank you. And it's built around hope. And that's something we need the government to focus on because, it's just a reality, right? I was in a meeting earlier this week. We kicked around numbers. It's in the millions, okay? It's the 51st state and it's going to be called autism, okay? Now, the good news, the miracle of Monday, is that we saw the President of the United States get up and talk about this. And he talked about something causing autism. That in itself is an amazing day, all right? I regard it as Miracle Monday, frankly. And so we need to focus on what the future for our kids, our young adults, our young children who are all going to be adults, what that's going to look like. We also need to focus scientifically and with rigor on this issue of regression, right? Two of the moms, Amanda and Jackie, who spoke at the press conference Monday, spoke about their children regressing, and we've been talking about it here. It was my pursuit of that issue that caused me to watch a press conference that John Gilmore gave several years ago, in which a child was compensated by the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. And I remember Julie Gerberding at the time saying, oh, this is rare, and it's autism-like symptoms, which, whenever you hear someone say something like that, that's a tell, right? And it was a tell that, something happened here, all right? But she said, this is 1 in a million, et cetera, et cetera. So I started to dive into this thing, this vaccine court, and I started reading through case decisions because I have a law enforcement background. In my business, we used to say, I'm a retired probation officer, and we used to say the police investigate crimes, we investigate people, right? And so I started looking at these case decisions, and I found descriptions of children who were toe walking, who had been through this encephalopathic regression, the high-pitched screams, those sorts of things. All the things you've heard here today. And I found case after case that looked like that in the Vaccine Injury Compensation Program, and yet mysteriously they were holding hearings, the omnibus autism proceeding, about whether vaccines cause autism. They knew all the time that it did, all right? And that's why I worked with Mary Holland on a paper. I brought copies of it. It's over here in a package. My banana for lunch is sitting on top of it. You're welcome to copies of it, Unanswered Questions from the Vaccine Injury compensation program. But the point of the paper is we need to study the children who regressed after vaccination or something, okay? Because I am certainly open to the fact that it may not just be vaccines and what have you, okay? We should be open and respectful of anything we can identify as being a factor in driving the autism epidemic. So that's how I got here. It's for love of my kids. I write regularly for something called the MAHA report, which is, I guess, our newsletter, if one could describe it, for MAHA Action. Please come in, and we have great writers. And we're covering all sorts of issues there, everything from pesticides, our food, our brothers and sisters who are injured by COVID vaccines. All of that is in there. And so please come and visit that. And I just want to say to all of you, particularly in the media, we need you to focus on what is going on here, to be respectful of the parents. Any reasonable attention to this issue is going to help. All right, but we don't need a 51st state called autism. We need hope. Thank you.
I wanted to follow up on the issue of neurodevelopmental regression. The research indicates that roughly 40%, perhaps even higher, of people on the autism spectrum experience a neurodevelopmental regression, which is an acute loss in previously acquired skills. Neurodevelopmental regression should be a medical emergency. And instead, parents are sometimes gaslit, saying, well, no, that actually didn't happen. Or worse, or just as worse, just as bad, they are told, well, that's just part of autism. When a child has brain dysfunction so severe that they're losing skills, that is a medical emergency that needs to be addressed. And one of the things I personally really want to call on the current administration, the NIH, is to specifically study neurodevelopmental regression. Many of us who work in this community feel that there is a neuroimmune and neuroinflammatory component to this. We need to study these individuals with metabolomics, with proteomics. We need to understand what is going on at the individual level, and we need protocols developed for emergency room physicians and pediatricians. Things like IVIG, steroids, anti-inflammatories, potentially could stem the tide of losing these kinds of skills. And I will just add personally, at the time my own son regressed, I was affiliated with Columbia University, and I had access to the top specialists in autism, neurologists. No one could tell me what had happened to my son as I watched him disappear in front of my eyes. And I was connected, I had financial resources, and like many parents here, and with the experience of many autism parents, they are left on their own to kind of figure it out. And again, I'm calling on our larger society, our media, to embrace these parents like they're but for the grace of God. So if this hasn't affected you yet, please turn your attention to those of us and to the families for whom it has been a life-changing trauma.
Can I make one quick comment on that? It's real, and I'll be quick. Hopefully I talk fast. But in 2009, I was on the Today Show with the president-elect of the AAP. And he had said something to me that speaks to what both of these guys just said. Okay, so we were in the green room, and they had brought me on because my kids had a confirmed vaccine injury. So I was that mom that had a confirmed case. And my husband said they were twins, boys, and preemies. How could you have given them all those vaccines? Don't you think they had a predisposition to have a reaction since it was so intense? And his response, this is the key, was, we know there are some children who will have a negative response to the vaccines, but for the masses, it's a positive. And then to her point, well, what are you doing about the other ones that it hurts? So they're doing nothing, and nobody knows that. They go out and they scream loud and clear that the vaccines are safe, they cause no damage. When I was sitting in the green room with the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, who had said flat out, essentially, my kids were collateral damage, and I'm so sorry, there's nothing we're gonna be able to do for you, except for here's a database that you can maybe claim your kids have autism-like symptoms, and if you don't walk, maybe they'll keep it, maybe they'll throw it out. But that's, nobody knows. They know, but nobody says that. Nobody in mainstream media acknowledges that. They just say the parents are crazy. They know that there are a subset of kids. There's no universal in medicine. It's like penicillin, it could kill 2 kids. 10 could be great with it, 2 could die from it. I mean, we know there's a subset that are gonna have a reaction. Why are they not studying that subset, to her point?
And the trigger for neurodevelopmental regression can be a lot of things. I mean, those of us who work in the medical field, or parents who've spoken to other parents, sometimes it's an illness. It can be anesthesia. It can be another toxicant. So there's a lot of personal experience here related to vaccination. But again, I want to call on the media, like, autism is a pluricausal, multifactorial, complex disorder, and so we need to look at a lot of different factors, but the way to do that is N of 1 medicine. We need to study individuals at the individual level using the cutting edge science that we have, and then we need to explain that science in a way that the public can understand. There are primers which lead to cellular and systems level vulnerability. There are acute triggers which cause cellular and systems level dysfunction. And then we have amplifiers which prevent the body from healing and coming back to a state of homeostasis. So when we talk about factors, I think we could talk about acetaminophen in that same way. Primers, triggers, amplifiers. This is a framework that the public can understand and is unassailable scientifically. And I think we, as a medical community, as a scientific community, we can do a better job also of, moving away from the altar of genetics to a systems biology approach that recognizes environmental contributors, the primacy of environmental contributors.
Thanks so much, Sylvia and Honey. I mean, those are really great points. And, I think we should also be open to the idea that it's strange that people with so much power in certain cases, somebody who, like you said, is well-connected, had financial resources, true of a lot of people who I've met who've suffered through the autism journey with their children. And it's also true of senators, and there are a couple of Congress people. So there are people who've had a lot of power, and even those people haven't, over this last 20 or 30 years, been able to kind of break through to the media. And I think what we should think about there is that it's possible that that's not an accident. I mean, if people with a lot of money and a lot of power through, maybe, just maybe, they're multi-billion-dollar companies that are willing to spend a lot of money to amplify stories that contradict these stories and that vilify the people on this stage and the millions of parents who they represent. So I think that really is something that's happened, and that it's been done on purpose. It's not an accident. It's not, doctors and scientists and hospital owners kind of just having no idea what's going on. Sort of like you were saying, Lou, that this has been to make a lot of money for a small number of companies, and that is ending now. And that, President Trump, obviously has the courage to go up against these people. Secretary Kennedy, we all know, has the courage and has been doing it for 20 or 30 years. And so many parents obviously have, just incredible courage, but this is the time for us to all kind of shine and for us to take our country back, our families back, our health back, and it's happening now. So I think we should think about the terrible things that have happened, but we should also think about the things that are possible going forward.
Tony, thank you for saying that, because I think, this is being live streamed. It's not just the people in this room. And any parents out there, with everything you have to do, we want you to become politically active. Whether it's you run for school board, whether it's you start an organization, whether you work with local organizations, be part of us here, but get out there and engage. I know you have a lot to do. I know that, right? But we must be politically active. Politics is both the problem and it's the solution. So let's be out there. I know we've been through a lot. Be out there, be positive. I'm not mad at anyone from the New York Times. I want to talk to them, right? That's what we want to do, is we want to have meaningful conversations. It was said, there's a lot of disagreements. Yeah, we're Americans. We do that. We're supposed to do that. So let's engage in the process and keep the conversations going.
Yeah, if the New York Times is still here, we all want to talk to you. Any media reporter is invited into my home to spend time with my son Theo, who's home right now having an IVIG infusion. I just wanted to speak to, Tony, what you brought up, sort of like this systems level issue, because I think members of the autism community get painted, I think, in media as conspiratorial. And that really our systems are fine, and this is really sort of an aberrant, biased viewpoint. I want to bring up the opioid epidemic. Like, the opioid epidemic was business as usual in the American medical health care system. We were told over and over again that opioid medications were safe and effective when used for pain. Multiple experts in pain societies, at academic institutions, repeated what was ultimately an abject lie, that only a tiny percentage of people who were prescribed opioids for pain would become addicted. I remember being an intern and writing 60-day opioid prescriptions, because I was told, pain was like, the fourth vital sign. And I was told that people couldn't get addicted. And we know now that that's false, and that it was intentionally false. And tens of thousands of lives have been lost and damaged because of that. So it's not conspiratorial. And I think we need to be open to really openly and empathically, critically looking at our systems and finding where the bias is toward financial interests and away from the health of our children.
So let's just very quickly now go through maybe 2 different roadblocks that each of you faced in trying to help your children, just as sort of like an indication for the public, for the media, of what sort of things parents go through. So let's start with Sylvia.
Yeah, I think the toughest thing that we went through was a period of about 3 years where my son had daily horrific blood-curdling pain, where he would lie on the floor and scream in abject horror. And despite trying intervention after intervention, both mainstream and complementary interventions, nothing helped him until we started IVIG. And I will say, to hold that level of pain and distress in your child, and I know that the parents here will agree, is one of the most horrific things that a parent can experience. I will just say to the physicians in the room, even though during that time, until we got onto IVIG, that we didn't see much progress in terms of the interventions that we tried, having a physician keep their eyes wide open and stay in the moment with me, human to human, even though they couldn't help directly, was really, really important to me. And so I say this to some of the physicians in the mainstream community also who may not know what to do, who may not understand yet or haven't been trained in the system's biology that underlies autism and potential interventions, and shout out to MAPS and that organization to train physicians. But to stay in it with your parents is incredibly emotionally important for them. And I thank my providers, some of whom are in this room, and others who aren't here today, for staying in it with me and not giving up. So,
yeah, let me just say quickly, you know, for the people who are watching this who don't have a child who suffered through autism, you know, I think that because the media lied for so many years, and because the government institutions lied and participated in the fraud, and the big corporations that were behind it and profiting from it, you know, paid for the politicians, paid for the media, it was very hard for the general public to have a reasonable view of what was going on. And so when they saw somebody in the street or at a restaurant, you know, they were irritated, or on a plane or on a train, anywhere, you know, where they saw a kid screaming, they looked at the parents, they thought, is this kid being kidnapped? Are these bad parents? Are they parents who are not taking care of their kids, who haven't taught them discipline? All of those kinds of things. So I think it's really important for the general public, for everybody, for millions of Americans, to recognize that they were lied to, but as a result of that, they've treated the parents of people with autism so incredibly badly over all these years. And that they should really look at it now, look at what they've done, and change now. Because now the world is changing, and now it's possible to see the truth. And now you all of you people who haven't suffered through this, who were able to escape this, you know, should be grateful that that's your story. But you should also look at these millions of parents and help them in any way you can. Donate money to them, be kind to them, invite them to your homes, to your parties, be considerate, you know, on planes, trains, anywhere else, you know, because this is something that you didn't have to deal with, that you didn't know about before, but now you do know. So now there's no excuse. And, you know, this has been a horrific thing for millions of parents. And I'm just so glad to be part of telling the public what actually happened.
Yeah, it's a club that we all belong to that we don't want any more members in. So I think the two hardest things for me were, and just because I have the twins, I'll talk quickly on my one son, Vincent, that when we realized that he had this breakthrough, that he was presumed to be mentally, you know, impaired, and they thought he was like that of a, you know, 5-year-old child, and then we found spelling to communicate, and it was this amazing, beautiful thing. But then it was still left the burden on us to get trained in how to help him, on how to find practitioners, to drive 3 hours each way to go see the practitioners, to push the envelope to get people to even believe that our children can do this and that they're capable. I think one of the biggest hardships is the financial burden that we face sometimes, right? Because a lot of us don't have open-ended financial, you know, ability to do what we want. I feel blessed that I could, but I will tell you, for spelling, I mean, still, I spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars every week private pay. Nobody, I live in the state of Pennsylvania, and nobody gets it covered. And when I keep fighting the state, they're like, it's not approved. I'm like, it's his means of communication. How is that not approved? Anyway, that's one of the hardest battles, is how much we fight. And then in regards to, in that same segue, to his brother, who was medically fragile, and nobody could help me, and I had to go see doctor after doctor, and my husband is 11 years older than me, by the grace of God. And I kept going to him. He's like, stop spending money. We don't have it. I'm like, find it. I don't care. Like, we'll work until we're 100. We have to save our kids. So I was fortunate enough to be able to pull, like, from my husband's retirement fund, but who should have to do that? When I sat with the president of the American Academy of Pediatrics that said, oh, we knew your kids were going to get hurt. well, my husband fought in the Federal Court of Claims lawsuit for years and years and years, and it's just a kangaroo court is what we call it, right? But I was fortunate enough to find the leucovorin, that one simple drug, because doctors weren't educated. But do you know how many families are living our life that can't do anything? They can't do healthier food, they can't afford the organic, they can't see a doctor, their kid can have chronic GI issues and gut dysbiosis, and they don't have any support. We need to truly, Sylvia is one of our MAPS doctors, Dr. Frye is one of our MAPS doctors, Dr. Gaetanis is one of our MAPS doctors. These people are changing the world, but we need the pediatricians to understand this information so that the parents can go to a doctor that actually takes insurance, and they can have guidance and they can have the support. So I think my biggest hurdle was bleeding. I mean, my poor husband, I can't even believe he's still alive. I've like beaten that man up so much with two of them, but I mean, praise God for Barbara and Acela. But I mean, it's a lot of a hardship that people don't really even talk about. So they can call us crazy, I don't care. That my nickname is the honey badger, and I'll own that, because somebody gave me the best compliment and said, a honey badger will take down animals 3 to 4 times their size to protect their children. And I'll do that. And the others.
Yeah, one thing that the New York Times has covered fairly well is how much it costs to have an autistic child from birth till the end of their life. And I think something like 10 years ago was the first story that I read on that, and at the time it was something like $5 million, which I think is probably low. So, it just is an incredible burden, and it's one of the burdens that certainly needs to be lifted as soon as possible, and that, all of the different treatments and therapies like spelling to communicate and its sort of twin sister RPM, rapid prompt movement rapid prompt method. But so many of those therapies, they've sort of tried to get out of covering because the media has covered it and the government has explained it as something that's genetic. The insurance companies sort of think, well, that's not our fault. Why should we have to pay for it? And because now we're all at the point where our government is willing to address it as something that's not genetic, then all of these things really have to be covered. It makes sense that they would be covered. And if they are covered, I think that the families will be so much better off, and it just seems fair and reasonable, and I really hope to take part in making that happen.
And I know this will be covered in a different panel on research, but one of the things that's been frustrating for all of us as autism parents is that there hasn't been progress with respect to treatments. There's been all of this research money and all of this time, and autism parents, because they have to, become very sophisticated in sort of understanding the system's biology and the science, and we can see that there is no translation between, or limited translation between, research and treatment, and that needs to shift. And so I really call upon, the NIH and HHS. We need to focus on research. We can't fund everything, so we do need good research about what works and for whom. And again, at the N of one level, because something that works for one person is going to be very different in someone else. But to translate it into viable treatments that focus on the system's biology, our kids deserve to have medical treatment. Like, this is a medical whole body disorder. Like, we need to move out of the psychiatric behavioral classification to autism as a whole body systems biology disorder and our children are deserving of medical treatment.
It's so true, and it's true also that one of the reasons that that we have some of these problems is the 1986 liability waiver law. And the idea that big companies can do this to millions of parents and millions of children and not have to pay anything for it, is a lot of the problem. I don't think we can solve it all at the government level, but if these companies, have to pay for what they do to people, then I think they're going to find ways to do better research and to harm people much less frequently, because they're going to have this incentive to do a better job. And we need at every level to have incentives for companies not to harm people. And I think we also need to unleash the free market. So these companies have monopolies, and we need people who can think in all kinds of different ways, who can come up with all kinds of new theories of how to treat people who are already sick or prevent people from getting sick. And so I hope that's coming. Lou.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that needs to change is one of the hurdles we had was finding treatments, right? And part of the problem was that doctors were being intimidated and persecuted, and we need for that to stop. Doctors who treat autism need to be respected. Our homeopaths need to be respected. They need to be protected, not hunted down in the media and villainized. They're trying to do something about the problem, and instead they are attacked. And we all know examples of this going back to Semmelweis. And that this is what goes on with people who, like Richard Frye, observe something, act on it, develop a theory, develop a treatment, all right? There are people who I bet, and I've never met Dr. Frye until today, all right? But I bet that there are people who are angry with him, right? And what has he tried to do? He's tried to use science and logic to help people, all right? So we need for that to stop. Again, we're looking at millions of people who are going to need a place to live. We need for them to be healthier, to function better, right? So we need treatments, and we need to, the free market, yes. Instead of, persecuting doctors and nurses, who've worked in the trenches with our families, we need them to be respected and elevated, not constantly bombed with, you believe this or you believe that. So what? And so what if occasionally we're wrong, right? We're trying things. It wasn't until Monday that I ever heard of a treatment being spoken about at the federal level. And I've been doing this for 20 plus years. So that, impediments, we need minds to open. And that's the biggest impediment.
Such a great point. And it's so clear that the government has kind of just gotten in the way of so much progress, and that everybody's just gotten in the way, and we need to unleash a new way of thinking that I think is really possible now. And I'm really hopeful at what can happen when that starts to change, and as it is now. So thanks so much, Lou. Katie.
Similarly, I think we're not seeing treatments develop because they aren't studying it. The NIH rejects all the most innovative grants. Like there's this wonderful autism dad, James Adams. And this is kind of a snobbery thing too at ASU. The NIH likes to fund Emory, Yale, Johns Hopkins, over and over, and Harvard over and over again. And this wonderful dad has developed a treatment for ASGI disease, which is so painful. My son has it. And I wish so much we could be in the trial, but it's in Arizona. The NIH regularly turns down the most wonderful ideas. It's just criminal that they continually refuse to listen to parents. And then the other thing about genes, which is they kept saying to Christian and his dad and I, we're going to find the gene because this makes no sense and it can't be vaccines. So we went to Cleveland Clinic, Boston Children's, Columbia Presbyterian, one more useless than the next. And they did blood tests. They asked my husband and I if we're related. Are we sure we're not? And they're just desperate. Do you know what it's like? It reminds me of addicts. Like they're not, and they say like, well, we're gonna look at the brain and we're gonna find the neural pathways and we're gonna plug in a drug. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm calling it. It's not happening. It's not happening. Let's move on. So ego is a real problem. They won't let go and move on. We need to research autism a lot differently.
Yeah, so I think that what we really need to happen now, and what I think hopefully will start to happen now, is that we just have an explosion of free speech, an explosion of ideas of all kinds that, like Bobby Kennedy said, like the president has been saying, to turn over every stone. And for, to have incentives to have journalists really investigate things, would be just a great change from the way things have been in recent years. And one of the ways to do that is to stop pharmaceutical ads, which they're in the process of doing. But we also need an explosion of doctors who are willing to think out of the box and who don't just do what they're told to do. And I realize that there are incentives in place for lots of doctors if they do certain things in a particular way, for the insurance company, by the pharmaceutical company, by the government. If in certain states, I'm fairly certain if your clients are 70, or if 70% of your children are vaccinated, or 90% or 95%, you get paid extra. So you have that little push where you think, well, everywhere I read, everything that I'm told says this is the right thing to do, and I make more money. So it's a good combination that reinforces something that a reasonable, doctor who's willing to investigate, who's willing to really think things through, might not naturally do.
Tony, can I share something about, just so since we talk, I know a lot of the people that are involved in this community, like Dr. Frye, like he had never heard about leucovorin, but yet it saved my kid's life, right? So that's why I really did jump head in, just to be like, okay, I'm tired of supporting these parents. We really need to educate the doctors, to your point. But I do want to share that these are the most humanitarian people you'll ever meet, like the Fryes, like the Sylvia, because their heart is 100% into it, and like the Johns. And our medical board, everybody's a volunteer. We're a nonprofit. Everybody is there for the right reasons. And we say, if you want to see the good people, these are the good people. They are all in. They want to help your kid. They don't look at any child exactly the same. They might, I know that he and I were just discussing, leucovorin's great, but we have to be careful because John will get up and share that you might need supplementation to help it be implemented. And there's a lot of stuff, like a lot of our doctors suggest arnica instead of using Tylenol. So it's for homeopathy. So I think that it's just really important to understand that doctors, we really can educate them really easily. Sylvia, you could probably speak to it, but what we teach is kind of looking at the individual, peeling back, root cause medicine, because that's where we really figure out what we need to do for research and how we can help them heal, to the point of like Frye's and John's work.
Yeah, there are a lot of good people in mainstream allopathic medicine as well who really mean well, but we've simply not been trained in a systems biology model that looks at things like mitochondrial functioning, oxidative stress, immune issues, the microbiome, the gut. We just haven't been trained that way. So I think there are a lot of people, doctors and physicians, who want to support our community, who need more training. And I will, just say also, the physicians who are vaccinating according to the schedule believe in that. They believe, they've been trained that is the best way to keep people healthy. And, the control of infectious illness is incredibly important. It is. So I think we need to do better at identifying who is at risk, who is vulnerable, and studying all of our medical products at the level of individual responses, looking at metabolomics, looking at proteomics, all of our medical interventions. We have this technology, it's not hard, so we need to see how our interventions affect the individual so we can identify those who may be at risk from our interventions. So just, as someone speaking sort of who's trained in the mainstream and who's worked there for a long time, there are wonderful, well-meaning physicians, but we've just not been exposed to this way of thinking before, and maybe it's the autism community who can move the medical establishment, along a little bit.
Hopefully. And when we went to the American Academy of Pediatrics, we had a MAPS booth there, and our board went, and our hope was to educate. We thought we'd be flooded by all these pediatricians coming to us saying, oh, wow, you can treat that? We'd love to learn. And instead, they came to us and said, can we send you all our patients? Because we have no time. We have 10 minutes to see these kids, We have no time to treat their GI issues. We have no time to discuss the sleep. We have 10 minutes. And it's not that, I mean, they were like heartbroken going, can we send them all to you? And I'm like, oh my gosh, no. Send me all your doctors. We need more doctors. We don't have enough of them. I mean, that's tragedy in and of itself. These kids go to a pediatrician and they're like, good luck.
Yeah, I don't think that's true of all pediatricians, even though I think it's true of almost all. But I think people have time to do the things that they want to do and the things that they value and the things that they think are top priorities. And, and that's a personal decision that doctors have to make. But I think it's a great point that, that each child is different, that there are problems within infectious diseases, and that the answer for each person can be different, and that what's really been lacking isn't to have strong rules, the opposite of the rules that we've had in place. What's been really lacking is real dialogue and real discussions, and the idea that a parent can have a talk with a doctor and not get kicked out of that doctor's practice, but sort of think it through. Like maybe, you shouldn't be considered an anti-vaxxer or a conspiracy theorist if, for example, you're totally on board with the idea of vaccines, but you want to look at the package insert. You want to think it through. You want to see, does my boy who's 12 years old really need the HPV vaccine? Or, as the president said, does my child really need to get hepatitis B on the day of birth? So each of these things should be open for discussion. And I think that if things were all open for discussion, then we'd have real medicine, real science, where some of the time what's right for your child is just going to be totally different than what's right for somebody else's child, knowing their own personal history, their child's history, their family history, and all of that sort of stuff. And then also people would have the freedom to make decisions with all the information on the table and take their own responsibility for what the outcome is. So one last thing that I'd like to do is, we're all very grateful, other than maybe a few reporters in the room, that Secretary Kennedy is working so hard and so passionately, and as somebody pointed out, from 5 in the morning until he just, can't keep his eyes open. So we're all really grateful for that, but let's just say that Secretary Kennedy was sitting right here in a chair. What is one thing you would ask him to do and to focus on? Sylvia.
I think we need to focus on, just what I said before, sort of systems biology research that looks at individual outcomes. And we need to be studying people at the individual level. And we need to focus on treatments. We desperately need treatments for co-occurring medical conditions and also for the core symptoms of autism, neuroinflammation, brain inflammation, immune dysfunction. We need to address those, and I'd really like to see the NIH research portfolio shift.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
I think that I would ask that, with 1 in 6 children having some kind of a disability in today's world and 1 in 31 having autism, I think that it should be mandatory for all pediatricians to learn some root cause medicine. And again, MAPS is the only organization in the country that trains physicians on how to treat autism in complex medical cases. I think it should be mandatory that they know this, because again, when we know better, we do better. So a lot of it's innocent ignorance is what I've always called it, and they don't mean to hurt our children. They really believe in it, to Sylvia's point. So my wish would be that. But I will say one thing about the funding stream. I am really happy. I hate when I see 5 people making money off of my son's disability. I think the funding stream can be altered a little bit and some cuts can be made, because I think the families could utilize some of the money to be able to see these physicians. So.
Thanks so much. Lou.
Well, I think everybody covered it, and I certainly said, we have to focus on the future. And I would just say thank you, Bobby. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah,
Katie.
I would say that too. Thank you for putting up with all the abuse and the slander and the death threats. I wish he would fire every single person at the NIH working on autism. He just had it. I've had it. We have to get new people in there, and another thing, a lot of them are psychologists. We don't want psychologists doing more autism research. They do learn the signs, behavioral interventions. We need the NIH, we need toxicologists, immunologists, metabolic specialists, mitochondrial specialists. We need that kind of group researching autism directly into treatments, and to get rid of the people there now.
So let me just end with, Bobby Kennedy said that he prayed for 19 years to have the opportunity to serve all the parents in this country, to help protect all the children in this country, and to fight back against all of the corruption that led to the situation that we're in now. So I think that, what we've had is, and he really thanks, and I think we should all thank President Donald Trump for giving him this opportunity. But since this is an autism conference, we should also thank him for what he said Monday, which is that 40 or 50 years ago, 1 in 10,000 people had an autism diagnosis. Right now, 1 in 31 people in America has an autism diagnosis, and he said that he wants to work towards, that he hopes that by the time he's done with his next, with this term, that we're back to 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000. And I think that's possible. I mean, Sylvia, you were talking about all the incredible, possibilities they are, that all the medical breakthroughs, that there's so much that's possible. There's so many incredible resources with AI, with all the money we have, all the funding that NIH does.
Yeah, and despite the majority of funding going directly towards genetics research, we have amazing researchers. Rick Frye, who's right here, Bob Navio, who I've had the opportunity to work very closely with, Judy Vanderwater, who's looking at maternal immune activation and dysregulation. We have, despite the fact that there hasn't been enough research dollars going to this, we've had amazing advances in our understanding of the system's biology. It's time now to translate that into treatment.
And then maybe what we can do is not have 1 in 10,000, not 1 in 20,000, but 0 in 330 million. Thanks so much, everybody.
Wow. Thank you, Tony and Sylvia and Louis and Honey and Katie. Thank you so much. And Tony, thank you for the reminder that this is about the families and the parents who are suffering. I appreciate that.
Thanks for putting this on.
Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic. You're the best.
See you soon.
Okay, because we have 3 more panels, I'd like to invite everyone who's on panel 2 to please come up to the stage. This is our panel on genetic vulnerabilities and environmental factors. And James Lyons-Weiler is going to be moderating this panel. Dr. James Lyons-Weiler has been publishing biomedical research scientist for over 25 years, leading a movement to restore science as a tool for truth and public accountability. He founded and is an editor-in-chief of the journal Science, Public Health, Policy, and Law, a journal that had massive impact during COVID-19 disinformation period, and then again during Secretary Kennedy's confirmation hearings. Jack, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Debra. Wow, check 1, 2. What a great panel. Can we get a round of applause for the parents? They really brought it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think what we'll do is we'll talk, each of us, a little bit about, whatever our opening comments are. And I don't have a child with autism, but every child with autism is my child. And I'll tell you why. And every child with autism is your child. And I'll tell you why. Louis Conti brought up the social aspect, the social responsibility that our society owes to children who suffered vaccine injury. And if vaccines are of use to anyone, and if families are asked to put their children at risk of harm, doesn't that make them the heroes of our society? Doesn't that mean that they actually took one for the team and they should be celebrated as heroes? Okay, so there's obviously something else going on here. I innocently walked into the blender of autism science when I decided to write a book. The book was Cures versus Profits, to ask the question, how can we bring better medicine to market in spite of the profit motive? It's a great question. I wrote 16 chapters and decided at the last minute, what's the number one successful thing that has ever come to market? Oh, I know, vaccines. They're great. Save millions of lives. They're safe and effective. So I tried to write a chapter on vaccines. And the chapter reads like this: vaccines are safe, vaccines are effective, they save millions of lives, Andrew Wakefield. I said, whatever happened to that guy? I heard about him before. I looked him up, and I saw that Andy actually was completely decimated by the press over the years. His career was disrupted. Everything bad that could possibly happen to a guy happened to this guy, except for, his stint with a supermodel. That was pretty cool. But I then said, well, if I'm going to stay true to my creed as a scientist, I'm actually going to read the studies. Now, I did not know that Katie Wright read the studies and saw that they were garbage. She did that before I did. I read those studies. In my previous job to being an author, I was the director of a research corps at the University of Pittsburgh. I had academic appointments in Department of Pathology, University of Pittsburgh Cancer Institute. And I was used to doing study design. I was used to doing the systems biology that you just heard called for. I was used to doing complex science where we could ask complex questions. And I read the studies that were published by the CDC, and I said, oh my God, this is garbage. I could see it instantly that they were cheating. They would grab a data set, analyze it one time. They didn't like the result. They'd throw it away, that result. They'd change the study design. They looked at the result again, and rinse and repeat until autism went away, until autoimmunity went away, until ADHD went away, whatever they wanted to make magically disappear. And that's when it struck me. As a nation, with as many vaccines as we give our children, including hepatitis B on day one, I realized we were flying blind in terms of our health. What are we doing to this generation of children? My two sons, born in 1999 and 2001. What is happening? Who knows what's happening? I ran into some guy named Brian Hooker when I was doing my research because he had something about an MMR study, and that was late. I said, listen, would you do an interview with me? And he graciously said yes. And at the end of the interview for that chapter, he said, we're making a documentary. And that was Vaxxed. So I listened to all of the transcripts. I read the transcripts with Bill Thompson and with Brian Hooker. And yeah, the fact that the MMR study was altered just as I just described these other ones, that was shocking enough. But the number one thing that everyone needs to know, especially the press, is that Dr. William Thompson from the CDC told this doctor, Brian Hooker, right here, that every single vaccine study that was published by the CDC or contracted by anyone working for the CDC was put through a sanitation process. Every last one of them. So now I knew we were not only flying blind, but we didn't even know what kind of aviation machine we're flying. We really have no idea about vaccines, and that's where we stand to this day. We really do not know the scope of the effects of vaccines on human health. I'm teaching a course right now, Vaccines and Immunity, and I'm still learning things from the reductionist view of looking at systems biology. And I've been at this since 2015 in earnest, and Gracie and I parked outside of a CVS I realized if I included this particular chapter in this book, not only it would just tank the book, there goes my dream of being a best-selling author. By the way, it's available on Amazon.com. It's called Cures versus Profits. But not only that, but it would tank my academic career, that no major medical institution would ever hire me again. Gracie and I thought about it, prayed about it. It was the kids. You cannot understand how anyone, let alone a pediatrician who has sworn their life to helping children, can walk away from a child as if they're just a number on their spreadsheet. Everything that you heard in the last panel, I'm so glad they brought it up, but I want to reiterate. If I were to fall on the ground and start seizing right now, a seizure, the EMTs would come get me, and en route to the hospital, they'd stabilize me. There's a whole series of tests that they would run on me. They check my blood sugar, among other things. They would check my blood pressure to make sure I wasn't bleeding out internally. Parents are told while their child is screaming and then going into seizure after vaccine injury that, yeah, that happens sometimes. It's normal. Let it burn out. They'll be better in the morning. And time after time after time. They're not. Sometimes they don't wake up. And death from vaccine injury actually is a reproducible process. There is a clinical progression from death. I've heard it too many times from parents that told me, first they turn blue. What does the doctor say? Well, you don't have to bring them in until this or the other. You have a child that's blue. What does that tell you? Raise your hand if you know what it means to have a child that's blue. They're low in oxygen. Did you know that the aluminum that's in vaccines binds to a molecule called transferrin? Transferrin's job is to take the red blood cells, is to take the iron from the diet and put it into the bone marrow so your baby and your body can make red blood cells. And if you bind up that transferrin with aluminum, they're not making red blood cells. This is not just vaccine-injured children. This is biochemistry. This is happening to every child that receives an aluminum-containing vaccine. And yet, did you know that the FDA to this day, has no pediatric dose limit for aluminum in vaccines? The only pediatric dose limit that exists is from my study, one of my studies, where I published and I looked at what they said was a safe level in adults, and I did very simple math based on body weight called Clark's rule. And our kids on first day of life are receiving 14 to 20 times the dose that any adult would ever receive. Now remember what I said about transferrin. There are other things we can go into in the mechanisms of vaccine injury. I have articles on those too. You can look those up. But the gall of the denialists is, well, they really need to learn their lesson. And I want to say I'm apolitical. And take my word on it, I am apolitical. I can't choose a party because I can't choose a party. I'm not going to get into why. But today, former President Barack Obama on Twitter wrote, we have people in power making broad claims around certain drugs and autism that have been continuously disproven. The degree to which those comments can undermine public health, do harm to women who are pregnant, create anxiety for parents and who do have children who are autistic, is violence against the truth. I wrote to him, that's reckless polemic. Please stop dividing. You do not know what you were talking about. I have the honor of working closely with Secretary Kennedy since about 2015 as well. I think it was Brian that introduced us. And, when just the very thought that we have the opportunity, knowing that the problems are for so long, it's 2025, I've known what the problems are for 10 years, I had to get involved. So there were parents that would come to me and say, you're a scientist, would you like to be a witness in my vaccine injury trial? And I said, sure. I'll do the research, I'll look at the science, and I'll say these are the mechanisms of how vaccines can cause harm. And I quit the program after one of the special masters tried to bribe me to change my testimony, and I refused the bribe. I withdrew all of my invoices, and I left the program in protest. And that issue has now been referred to the Attorney General's office. I have a recording of the attempted bribe. Please understand that those that would do weaponized language to divide people are not our friends. Not only do we need freedom of speech and objective science to be able to understand our world and teach our children what the world is and how it really works, we need mutual respect to be able to come at each other with integrity, with the anticipation that if we disagree and we actually work it out, one of us is going to learn something, and that's a good thing. But they don't want to know. They don't want to know. I want to weigh in just briefly on what the last panel talked about in terms of treatments for kids. That is absolutely a priority for parents. I happen to think that the number one priority ought to be the prediction of who's going to have a problem with a vaccine, so that you then change their clinical path and prevent it, which of course is taboo. And it's taboo not only because of the money, but because the power structures that are involved, people threatening to pull money from this organization or that. Pharma-funded AAP, that's their new name, by the way, did you know that? Pharma-funded, pharma-backed AAP, take your choice. They lie to each other about vaccine safety. They just have these conversations online and in their papers and everything. They actually lie to themselves. And so reformation of medical education should be a number one priority for the NIH. Absolutely. Not just on the treatment of autism, but what predictors exist. And I have a whole list of them. I've done this. I've looked at this for a long time. I have a whole list of them. I'm expert in AI. I'm expert in machine learning. And I'm telling you right now, there's not, whether we change the vaccine schedule or not, I'm really glad, Drew, that we are, that there's going to be a reformation there. And we've already seen ACIP in action. But I'm telling you right now, I think we know enough that we could get almost every single kid out of harm's way if they're destined to regress to autism, and if they're destined to develop autoimmunity, and if they're destined to develop ADHD and those kinds of things from vaccines. The proof is in the pudding, and so NIH should have a major research funding, just a program, one program, that they're going to study the effects of vaccines on human health, study the effects of aluminum on human health, with the specific intent of changing clinical practice to get kids out of harm's way. That has to happen, and it has to happen now. We owe it to our kids. We owe it to the next generation of kids, so that we have a cohort of kids who are actually a big red stop sign comes on the screen. The parents shouldn't have to figure this out. We're entrusting the pediatricians, we're entrusting HHS all these years. We've trusted the government to look after, at CDC, to look after our best interest. It should not be, the onus should not be on the parents to figure out vaccine risk on their own at high cost. It should be something that's done in earnest, specifically written in the press, that if NIH, Bobby has said it, if they do not reduce human pain and suffering and put a reduction in chronic illness, then he's not interested in doing his job anymore, because he's not the right guy for the job. That's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So I work every day on this. Bobby works on it every day on this. Everybody that you see here talking works on it one capacity or the other. There are so many things to change that are exactly wrong, that I want to encourage all of you to get as involved as you possibly can. If you're a scientist, join a study section at the NIH. If you're a medical doctor, join a study section at the NIH. Offer your services. Be vocal with the press. Make yourself available. If you're a mom, a dad, whatever you do in your life, educate other people, not to warn them against vaccines, but just to say the entire system's broken. Be part of the reformation. Go down to your congressman's office and say, we need new bills that change things to help Bobby. He's not a one-man band up there. He can't do it all on his own. And there's certain things that have to change to take legislation too. So, you know, with that, I'd like to introduce the panel and have them introduce themselves. You guys met Brian Hooker already, and you met Richard Frye. So we'll dispense with the biographies because in the interest of time. But Brian, why don't you talk a little bit about what you want to talk about, and I'll do a round of questions afterwards.
Thank you very much, Jack. And thank you so much for your comments. It really does take everybody getting involved. And at the risk of sounding like, you know, a PBS fundraising pitch, I do want people to continue to hold these agencies' feet to the fire. We have to do it. Just because you see something happen, you know, in the rank and file in the NIH, the CDC, the FDA, CMS, wherever, doesn't necessarily mean that the Secretary of HHS knows about it. I mean, one of the things that I noticed, there was an NIH Autism Data Science call for proposals, and I looked at the awardees, and I realized there's something really wrong there, because it's just sort of the same people that have been doing the same thing, just more genetic reductionism, maybe some gene-environmental interactions, but it's the same people that have been funded for so many years that have really taken us down this 20-year road to nowhere. And so, we do need to get involved. We need new scientists on the study sections that are reviewing these proposals, that are making the recommendations, that are scoring these proposals. Otherwise, we do get sort of Ricky and Lucy reruns. I mean, everything, this has to change. And just because it happens doesn't mean that it's Secretary Kennedy's fault or NIH Director Bhattacharya's fault, but they need to know. And their feet need to be held to the fire. And if anybody would echo that particular message, I know that it would be RFK Jr. For that directly. I also really want to quick talk about acetaminophen.
I asked the questions.
Okay, you are. Okay, we can just save those for the questions then. Yeah. Okay, very, very good. Okay, I just real quick, I want to thank these gentlemen that are with me on stage, and all the practitioners that don't necessarily have any quote-unquote skin in the game. I mean, they do. And one of the things that I know specifically about Jack is that he takes these children personally. He takes them on. These men and women who are doing this aren't doing this to get rich. They're not doing this for their careers. They're not doing this for notoriety. Otherwise, then they've made really, really bad career choices. But they're doing it because they're like Jesus, and they're touched by the feeling of these children's infirmity. And that's what they're, you talk about Jesus' arms extended to society. It is these practitioners who would dare ask the question where pediatricians and family practitioners are turning them away. So I couldn't have more respect and more thanks for them.
So Richard, you know a thing or two about research. We'll get to the question and answers about environment and genetics afterwards, but just give an opener, if you would, about this particular topic for the panel and your role in it and what you know.
Yeah, well, the research on autism at the NIH has been very disappointing over the last number of years, and one of the reasons, I think is that, there was a bill that was signed, I believe, by President Bush to allocate so much money to autism research at the NIH, but from what I understand, the NIH wasn't given any money. So they just told everybody, all the institutes, well, you're all going to do autism research. So, and most of them said, well, that's not in our mission, that for us to do that. This isn't the home for autism. So nobody really is welcoming those grants all that much. The other issue is that, we were in the age of genetics. At the turn of the century, that was the really big thing. We were going to sequence the genome, and we'd finally find every gene for every disease. And it didn't work out that way. But we trained all these geneticists, and we have all this equipment to look at genetics, and genetics is important. And so what happens is you have these scientists that are on the panels that review this work who are biased. That's what they do, so that's what they understand, and they don't appreciate other points of view. It's not what they're trained in. And so those type of alternative grants get pushed to the side and not funded. And the fact is that the funding pay line now is very, very, very low. I remember when I got started in research in the 80s, it was 25%. So, 25% of grants, I mean, they had good grants, got funded. And now I think it's down to 4%. So you not only have to have, what do they say, advocates on there on the panel, but you have to speak to exactly what those particular people on the panel want. And it becomes a perpetuating system where new research does not get funded. The other thing I think that in general, one of the differences from the United States from other countries is that in other countries, a scientist is given a salary by their university, and they don't have to write grants for their salary. They have to write grants for their lab to support their people, their supplies. In the United States, an investigator has to include their own salary on the grant. And so that means if they want a good salary, one, they have to get lots of grants, which causes competition. Two, what's really unfortunate is that grant, a lot of it's taken up by salaries. And they can't spend that money on technicians and other supplies. And so it makes a very competitive landscape. And of course, then there's the idea at universities that they get a lot of overhead, and that's something that has been, talked about. And many mainstream universities, regular universities, may get 30%, but you have universities like Harvard which get 100%. So if I was at Harvard and I got a $2.5 million grant, which is your standard in our R01, the institute would get another $2.5 million just to pay for the lights and the room that I'm in. So the universities make it so that this becomes very competitive for these NIH grants because they want the money for this. And really good research becomes underfunded. It used to be that many private foundations would fund, some of this up-and-coming research, but as the budgets got tighter and tighter at NIH, then the people that used to get grants went to those foundations. Of course, then there's the issue with publishing papers too, because if you don't publish exactly what they want, they're not going to appreciate that research, and then it gets published in a lower journal, and they say, oh, you see, it's not good because it's in a lower journal. So the way we do research, the way we appreciate research, the way it's funded is very flawed right now. One of the major things I feel is that there's many times not an appreciation of the impact of research. And so, and this is what, I said recently is, there's these people that get $2.5 million for, to study a gene that affects 3 people. You could give me $30 and I can affect, probably more than that, but you could give me several $1,000s, $10,000, and I can affect, 2.5 million people just by, spreading the word about leucovorin and doing that type of research. So I don't think we appreciate what the impact, and I don't think it's really focused towards treatment. We're always looking for the cause, and the cause is important, but as a doctor, I'm a doctor, so I want to heal patients. So, that's great if you find the cause, those biological mechanisms that are, in the molecular parts of the cell, but I want to know what's going to help my patient. And if I can find something that helps my patient, you can figure out all those other mechanisms later on. I want to get, kids better.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. So I'll just start since there's, thank you both. I'll just start since there's no one that, willing to ask me questions. That's fine. I'll just start with what I want to tell you guys. Looking at the genetics question, I want to teach you the history of genetics research and autism, where Katie Wright and her father had a division over this as a major issue. If autism is genetic, it's nobody's fault. It's just something that happens and nothing going to do with it. Your life is set. You're going to have to be that way. It's not preventable, so you can't treat it. It's genetic. And so they set apart with the whole genome studies to do genetic studies, and they would find genes that are associated with the risk of autism diagnosis. But they couldn't find any genes after finding about 600 of them, that where any of the genes explained more than 1 or 2% of the genetic risk. And then they kept searching and searching until they got about 850 genes. And Autism Speaks, the organization that Katie separated from over ethics, they actually celebrated every single one of those new gene discoveries with a headline. And sure enough, mainstream media, hey, they found a gene for autism. Hey, they found a gene for autism. Hey, they found a gene for autism. After about 850, it became really evident, especially after I published my book, The Environmental and Genetic Cause of Autism, that they weren't explaining autism. If none of these genes explained autism in terms of inheritance liability. So a group of them put their heads together and said, I don't know, what we'll do is we'll actually pare down that list. There's too many. We'll pare down that list. And we'll get to the core set of genes that we think are most important. And of course, they went for the neurological genes. They didn't go for the detoxification deficiency genes. They didn't go for the methylation genes. They want to make it neurological, neurodevelopmental from a neurological, like neural impairment. And so they got this core set of genes and said, oh, scientists believe this. They got a headline. Scientists still think it's genetic, but these are the important ones we need to focus on. And the purpose of that was really just for pharma to go find drugs. It was twofold. We're going to go find drugs that could impact these and maybe have some effect. Fair enough. But then the strange thing happened. Next year, guess what they found? Hey, we found some more autism genes. Found some more autism genes. They wanted the headline. So they've kept funding new discovery research on autism genes, and that lasted about a year or two. And then it became really ridiculous to say that autism is genetic when the numbers really show, and our messaging was successful, especially Tony Bark, a friend of ours who's beloved and belated, that you can't have a genetic epidemic, right? It doesn't exist that way. So we've all said it, and the message, I think, stuck that the jig is up, if you will. And the heritability, Tony Lyons mentioned heritability, and that it seems like there's autism traits that are heritable. But that's only because traits are heritable. Think about the diagnosis of autism. What is it? You have repetitive behavior. You've got, whether you're very social, not social. These are heritable human traits. The fact that brain function is heritable is what they're really tapping into on the heritability of autism, right? So a lot of people know dads of kids with autism, and they might have, they kind of like to keep to themselves or whatever, but they actually lied in the last 3 major heritability studies, because in the first 3 or 4 heritability studies, they would say, let's look at how much of it's genetic with a correlation. And they calculated something called liability. Under the liability calculation, you're looking at 40% genetics. 40% genetic leaves 60% for environment. They couldn't have that. So they kept changing study designs and doing it in a different way until they got to the point where now they say, oh, it's between 80 and 90%, if you look at the headlines today in the mainstream media. But they never refer to the original studies, and that's not fair. They need to refer to the original studies and say that the range is here to here, and why did it increase? Why did the heritability increase over time, like clockwork? The studies that have never been done and that the NIH need to fund have to include genetics and environment in the same study with the same people. So not only can you understand the percentage that's due to genetics and the percentage that's due to environment, but you can calculate genetics times environment interaction. It's a very specific, easy to do study design. It doesn't take $3 million. It takes about $150,000 and a good electronic health record and some surveys. And then you put a p-value on the genes, and you put a p-value on environment, including common environmental exposures, and you put a p-value on the interaction term. If anybody knows a statistician, you can actually get them to agree with you that autism has not been studied. They'll know what an interaction term is. They'll say, you know what a good way to hide environment? Do genes over here and environment over here, but never do, or even do genes and environment in the same one, but don't look at the interaction term. You can bury the action in the interaction, because the interaction can be more important than one of the main effects. Now, I'm getting in the weeds on this for a specific reason. Anybody from this day forward who says autism is genetic doesn't know what they're talking about. There is zero chance that anybody knows what the size of that interaction term is because it's never been done, and until it's done, nobody can say it's genetic or environment. You can say it's environment partially, you can say it's genetic, but you can't say either or. That's the nature of this ignorance, and it's enforced ignorance, and it has to stop. So another topic I just want to mention briefly is, okay, why doesn't everybody get autism? Right? It's the same vaccine schedule. No problem. Well, there are a couple of reasons. You can point to the fact that the nurses weren't shaking up the vials with the mercury in it, and some kids got larger doses. That's a risk. You can actually look at the fact that there's a cohort of kids that got aluminum and mercury-containing vaccines combined. But if you look up the paper, Autism is an acquired cellular detoxification deficiency syndrome, I actually tested the hypothesis that these kids are not able to detox as well as other kids, plain and simple. And we birthed them, we brought them into and are raising them in an increasingly toxic world. It's so bad that I think we would have had an autism epidemic eventually, finding the same families, the same genetic lineages of people who happen to not be able to detoxify as well as others, even if vaccines were never invented. Petroleum chemicals are absolutely poisoning our food, they're poisoning our water, they're poisoning our medicines, and usually it's the waste left over that they say, how do we how do we do this? Let's make a kind of fertilizer out of this or something. Plastics, the things that you hear about all the time. I teach a course, environmental toxicology, because it's a huge concern. So not only do we have to have NIH then turn a sharp corner, do a 180 on genetics and environment for autism, we actually have to have real environmental science done. The major universities, they have endowed chairs. The endowed chairs include the chemistry department. Big Chem doesn't want anybody to know about environmental toxicology. You can't find a course on environmental toxicology like the one that I teach. 18 lectures that tell you the source and what to do about it, how to avoid it, how to shut it down. The source, the biological effects, and how to shut it down. So, and I taught that course because this was before I developed that course because I didn't think we would ever get anywhere we are right now with Bobby Kennedy as secretary. I thought we would never get there. I'm like, okay, we're going to have to clean up all of the rest of the world because they're going to insist on vaccines for everybody forever if we're going to have any effect. That's how dedicated I am. It's online. You can go to ipac-edu.org and sign up for it. But so the way that vaccines contribute to autism is that aluminum or mercury goes into the brain. There's no doubt about that. Chris Exley showed that there's no doubt about the fact that aluminum makes it to the brain. But we've known it since 1985 when they found that amyloid, that thing that you hear about with Alzheimer's, is part aluminum. Amyloid in the brain is part aluminum. So if it gets to the brain and it kills cells, those cells die. Microglia pick up those dead cells to clean up the brain, the cellular debris. They become intoxicated with aluminum and they die. If you distract your microglia during neurodevelopment, you cannot have a proper neurodevelopment. They prune the brain at the right time, in the right way, to make the brain a human brain, the way that it is. I'm not saying people with autism are not human. Please don't quote me and twist that language around. I would never say that. They're beautiful human beings. The fact is, if you can't develop your brain right because you have chronic microglial activation, it becomes an unstoppable inevitability that eventually you're going to lose everything that you got over neural development when the doses are accumulating as the aluminum builds up to toxic levels in the brain. You're going to regress. That is known. That is not controversial. Kids have chronic microglia activation from the age of 5 to 25. It's in the literature on autopsies of kids who died from other causes with autism. This other thing about neurodiversity, the last thing that I'll say for my part of this is people say, let's celebrate autism, it's neurodiversity, there's just differences and differences are okay. What's the average lifespan of a kid with an autism diagnosis? Does anybody know? 34 in the United States. Is that okay? Is it okay that we're celebrating neurodiversity instead of saying what? Okay, so we really need to get the aluminum out of kids' brains. We need detoxification, chelation studies, not the type of chelation that you hear about, bleach and all that garbage. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about mild, long, slow chelation, because it's chronic exposure to toxins in the environment, including mercury, including aluminum. And if you can get that out, I have a protocol. I reversed my asthma. NIH needs to study slow, prolonged chelation to reverse asthma, autoimmunity, ADHD, and autism. That has to happen now. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya should be putting a research program together. Bobby Kennedy tells me they're going to study the health effects of aluminum on humans, so that's good news. So the really good news is we can do something right now. So let's go to Richard, if you don't mind, first. Richard, what exposures do you see parents reporting that attribute to the initial causes of autism?
So, we, as you know, we do a lot of research on mitochondria. Yeah. And so some of the studies, we developed an assay that is to look at not only mitochondrial function, but mitochondrial resilience. What we found is a signature to neurodevelopmental regression, that for some reason these kiddos, their mitochondria is actually functioning about twice that of normal. It's like a little race car, but as soon as it hits a bump, it falls apart. But the other thing that we were, in our research to kind of look at these things is we found out that that environmental exposures in utero are highly correlated with these changes in the mitochondria. So we've done a few studies, one at looking at air pollution, PM2.5, and we found that prenatal air pollution exposure has just looking at mitochondrial function of a kid that's 8-10 years old, has a significant raw correlation without correcting for anything of this. We also collaborated some of the work by the Mount Sinai School of Medicine with the baby teeth, where we showed, actually they had showed that manganese and zinc levels, low levels, prenatally, you could distinguish twins, which was going to get autism. Yeah. Well, we showed those in the regressive type autism, those change mitochondrial function long term.
So those who don't know, mitochondria are the parts of the cell that power the cell. You can't do much if you don't have an engine in your cell powering the processes of the cell.
And the brain, it uses up 20% of the energy, but it's 2% of the weight of your body. So it uses a lot of energy, and when it develops, when it changes, it needs a lot of energy to change. Not only after you're born, but before you're born, there's lots and lots of energy. And the mitochondria, this powerhouse, works in all different parts of the brain. And we know that if it's dysfunctional, actually even prenatally, if it's experienced prenatally, the brain will not develop as it should. If it's too slow, we know that the neurons don't develop enough. If it's too fast, they develop too much and there's overgrowth. And that's what we see in autism. So, one of the major things in, that, I think we see is that, the most, the environment that is most, that's most influential is that 9 months in your mom's belly. And we don't pay enough of time to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask you, is maternal immune activation during those periods of time a risk factor?
Yes. And so, yeah. So if you, and this is some of the things I've never understood about people that, promote vaccines. Like, if you're going to make a vaccine for a tiny little baby, why would you put mercury in it? I mean, maybe it's bad, maybe it isn't, but why would you do that? It sounds like a really bad idea, just from the start.
Yeah, it is. And then imagine trying to develop a brain, this magnificent, highly complex, trillions of cells thing where pruning programs have to happen at the same time, and you have a mitochondrial dysfunction that's genetic or environmentally induced perhaps, and the brain is repeatedly anoxic before or after birth. Like I just said, you don't have transferrin making red blood cells. Right? The aluminum goes in the bone instead. So the people that are aluminum apologists, they say, don't worry about it, it all goes to the bone. How did it get there? The FDA published that it actually binds to transferrin. So do you think that mitochondrial dysfunction could be responsible in part for detoxification deficiency?
Oh, most definitely. So what we see, if you look at the handout we have, we talk about there's this trifecta of oxidative stress, glutathione deficiency, mitochondrial dysfunction, neuroinflammation. And these, you can start in many different areas, and it creates a vicious cycle, which then perpetuates itself and makes you more vulnerable to environmental toxins. These are all systems that are influenced by the environment. Anything, not even toxins, inflammation, nutritional deficiencies. So when your systems, and we know this about kids with autism, is that the detoxification systems are running 200, 300% of normal. So they need higher than normal levels of certain nutrients.
Yep.
So normal nutrients is just not enough for them.
And oxygen.
And oxygen.
So
yeah.
Richard, last question, if you don't mind. If we had total information from mother's medical record, child's medical record, and a survey on environmental exposures at home and at work for the parents, what percentage of autism do you think is preventable?
So this is great. I'm really glad because I didn't get to this point. So what we're finding is that all these metabolic problems and neuroinflammatory issues that we see in kids with autism, we see in the moms, okay? And so we're finding that that there is heritability, but it's not genetic. These metabolic and immune abnormalities are heritable, you know, and you can just think about that. If your mom has some type of mitochondrial dysfunction, their metabolism isn't working, not making the same energy, then the baby's cells are going to adapt to that. They're not going to grow normally, and they're actually going to change the way their mitochondria work because they're not getting those fuels, or maybe they're getting certain types of metabolic intermediates that interfere with the way that they work. So what we're finding is that these things are actually transgenerational, heritable, can be found in the parents, both mom and dad, some of these things, and you can detect them before time, and then if you can intervene preconception, before we even start to have babies, then we could take the change, the rise in autism, to reverse the course. So
yeah.
it's better.
So do you think it would be like 50%, 70%, 80%, 90% could be prevented if we stopped putting toxins on purpose into children?
Well, I think there's many different things. I think you know, definitely the toxic load is important. Giving the right nutrients, you know, making sure we feed our microbiome correctly. That's something we haven't talked about, which is transgenerational too. Yeah. You know, so I think that this whole idea of just becoming healthy, you know, and treating our bodies correctly by decreasing the toxins and putting the fuels and the good nutrients it needs could go a long way to reversing a lot of chronic disease.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's move on to Dr. Brian Hooker. Big hand for Dr. Richard Frye, please. Could you discuss, please, the role of acetaminophen in autism causation?
Well, when you look at how acetaminophen is detoxified, it is primarily detoxified in neonates and postnatally through glutathione-regulated pathways, or basically methylation and sulfation. And so if that is not properly detoxified, then a toxic metabolite called NAPQI then can accumulate in the brain. NAPQI is a neurotoxin. We know that autism is a neurotoxic condition. If you look at it, there's a paper called by D'Estasio that came out in 2019 that shows frank damage of microglia. It was a phenomenon called microglia blebbing, where the cells actually pinch off these small blebs or exosomes that are essentially damaged cells. So that is caused directly by NAPQI. Now, when you hear all this, when I first started learning about Tylenol, I was like, oh great, one more thing to think about, one more toxin. But it is, I believe in many cases of the etiology of autism, it is necessary, but is not sufficient. You still need the genetic terrain, and then you still need the oxidative stress along with acetaminophen for autism causation.
Is there a window of susceptibility for acetaminophen?
Absolutely. The window of susceptibility is really postnatal. What I would call perinatal, during labor and delivery, especially after cord clamping, because then you cut off the mom's bloodstream. And then postnatally at that particular point in time, then the risk regarding acetaminophen does decrease postnatally as the newborn gets older and older. But I still believe that there's a risk, and there's a risk of regressive autism up through 5 years of age.
Yeah, I remember the advice of doctors saying if you're going to go in for your vaccine, give your kid acetaminophen beforehand, right, in anticipation of a fever. So I asked Richard about the maternal immune activation during pregnancy, and the idea in the mainstream medical thinking is we don't want infections during pregnancy. That's why we want to do vaccines. But not every woman gets influenza during those 9 months. Not every woman gets COVID-19 during those months, and not every woman gets tetanus or pertussis during those 9 months, but every woman that vaccinates 3 times gets all of those antigens as well, right?
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, it's that you can plan for this, right? If you're going to get pregnant, you can make sure all your vaccines are up to date, if you want to do that, and so you don't have to get vaccinated during pregnancy. Other things like, influenza, where it may be a seasonal thing. One thing you could do is have people around the mother get vaccinated so she's not exposed to that, so they don't bring that home. So there's other different ways that you can prevent those disorders and even get the vaccines that you need without doing it during pregnancy.
Thank you. So, Brian, back to acetaminophen. It's been around since the 1880s. How do you explain this dramatic rise of autism starting in the late 1980s?
The rise in autism, again, it is sort of a fire triangle of acetaminophen, oxidative stress. Best way to get oxidative stress is to directly inject the toxins into your body vis-a-vis vaccines, and the genetic landscape on top of that. But starting in the 1980s, there's a baby aspirin scare with Rye syndrome. Okay, and so baby aspirin was no longer recommended during pregnancy or, essentially for postnatally. And that's when the advent of baby Tylenol started to come about. Then on top of that, you start to increase the oxidative stress. With oxidative stress, you also increase the need for some type of pain reliever, fever reducer, and so acetaminophen use then skyrocketed along with the vaccination schedule.
Thank you. So, sounds like you're moving away from pointing a finger at vaccines and autism. Is that true?
Wow, bite your tongue, dude. No, absolutely not. No, there are, taking a delivery system that gives you 100% absorption of a toxin is not good for you. It is just plain not good for you. You cannot, the vaccines do not get a pass in this. Mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, polysorbate 80, triple live viruses, even a single live virus at the concentration that we don't, by the way, Merck does not tell us how much virus they put in the MMR vaccine. We know the minimums, we don't know the maximums. So again, it's such a great tongue-in-cheek delivery system for these toxins. They do not get a pass.
Thank you very much. So a couple of closing points. Dr. Brian Hooger, ladies and gentlemen. Couple of closing points that I want to point out. You mentioned triple antigen sources. Under the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations, if you're going to sell or distribute a vaccine in the United States, the only part of the vaccine that has to be tested by law for safety is the proteinaceous part, and they don't even do that. Those safety studies would be animal studies where they increase the amount of antigen to animals and see what happens when you finally reach that overload point. What's the LD50 of the MMR? It's not published. What's the LD50? That's the number of animals that die after vaccination. Well, you know, 50%, that's the dose at which 50% die. But we have to change the Code of Federal Regulations so that dose escalation studies on every ingredient in vaccines has to be studied the way that it is in drugs. There's fillers in drugs and pills. You go to the pharmacist, you get a pill. There are things that cause latent release, slow release of drugs. They have to be tested, right? We have to take the environmental toxicology of vaccines seriously in the phase of development, bringing them to market. And that's something we can do with a signature. We can have a signing statement by President Trump or Robert F. Kennedy Jr. changing. I think he can change the Code of Federal Regulations that way. I want to leave you guys with a story. It was before COVID. I think it was about 2018. Gracie and I like to travel, and we're foodies, so we stopped at this restaurant. And I went up to the bar to get a little, I don't know, Clue and cream for Grace or something. And I sat next to this guy and struck up a conversation. What do you do? Oh, I'm a retired pediatrician. Really? Oh, okay. What do you do? I'm an author. What's one of your books? Maybe you look familiar. Oh, the environmental and genetic causes of autism. He said, you use the word cause. Are they allowing you to do that now? True story. That's part of the problem. Let's stop restricting speech. Let's speak in plain English language. Patients and parents and doctors need to be able to share and compare ideas without getting at each other's throats. Be respectful, be kind, and provide a world of a rational society in which we are here to learn with and from each other, and stop this nonsense. Thank you all much for being here.
Thank you so much, Jack and Brian and Richard. Thank you so much. Our next panel, panel 3, please welcome up to the stage, is on justice, redress, and remedy. We've gone over a little bit. They're going to kick us out at exactly 5 p.m., so I just wanted to let everyone know we're going to try to really keep to the time that we have, 45 minutes for each of these panels. I want to introduce who's moderating, Kim Mack-Rosenberg, General Counsel from Children's Health Defense. She oversees litigation to protect the health of children, protect parental rights, and oppose censorship, among so many other things. She's also an attorney in private practice located in New Jersey, representing clients nationwide on medical freedom issues, as well as healthcare practice management and disputes and insurance coverage issues, focusing primarily on services provided to individuals diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Thank you so much, Kim. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Brian, are we getting you back? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Hi, everyone. I'd like to welcome our panelists, 2 of whom you've seen already today, so I'm not going to read bios for them, Drew Downing and Brian Hooker. John Gilmore is up for the first time today. He is the Executive Director of the Autism Action Network. He's an advocate who's worked for 25 years on public policy issues concerning autism, developmental disabilities, and vaccine rights and safety. Since 2007, he served as the ED of the Autism Action Network. It's a national nonprofit grassroots advocacy organization that influences legislation and policy on a wide range of issues impacting the autism community. He began his work following a vaccine injury to his infant son that caused extensive neurological damage, later diagnosed as autism. He's worked with a wide range of organizations, including Children's Health Defense, and most recently co-founded American Values 2024, the federal super PAC that worked to elect RFK Jr. as president. He has a master's degree in public policy from the Graduate School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley, and he lives in Long Beach, New York with his wife and his adult son. So welcome, John. I'd like to start actually, we want to keep things positive and talk about hope and movement forward in the future. We have to revisit the past sometimes to do that. But I would love for you to share the miracle in Albany about communication choice.
So I live in New York, and I do a lot of basically lobbying, mostly in Albany. I do some in Washington as well. We used to do a lot in Washington. Then once Obama came along, there's just it got to be hopeless. But now there's a lot of hope again. But anyway, And my son is a speller, right? And I think there's probably a lot of speller parents here as well, right? And the spelling is growing in New York like it is in a lot of other places, and we're running into more and more obstacles about getting support for it. New York has some very generous benefits, but they won't pay for anything related to spelling. We also have problems like people who spell in group homes are not allowed to spell in the group homes and things like that. So a group of us parents got together and we put a bill together. This was, I guess, in about February, and it's called the Communication Bill of Rights, right? And so we started plugging it, and I just knew, because I know, what persuades people up in Albany, that if we could get some spellers in front of the decision makers, we wouldn't even have to talk to them, right? It's a pretty stunning thing when you see what the spellers can do. And I was right. So we took around a group of spellers to a bunch of different offices and just had them start communicating with the people who were there. And we started this unbelievable momentum moving forward, right? I've worked on bills in Albany, like an autism insurance reform bill. Took us 8 years to do, okay? So we started in the end of February. We got it passed in the assembly about 6 weeks later, because just everybody thought it was insane what these kids could do. We took our spellers into various legislators' offices. More than once, the legislators were in tears, just because they were just sort of so stunned by what they were seeing and what that all meant. So we were the last bill voted in the legislative session of the Assembly, which ended last June. It was voted on at about 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and it passed 134-0. So, yeah. So we still have to go back and get the Senate to pass it. I'm very optimistic about that, and I think if we get it passed through those houses, I think the chances of the governor not signing it are just about zero. So this probably will end up, with a little bit of luck, and if they don't beat us elsewhere, probably the first sort of spelling-focused bill of rights in the United States.
John, do you think it's replicable in other
Totally.
states?
Absolutely. I know there's a bill, because I read it. There's a bill in Florida. There's efforts in Massachusetts. I know there's other efforts all across the country. And I think if you can do it in New York, you could do it anywhere. There's also an effort at the federal level as well.
It's terrific, because spelling has opened a world for so many individuals with autism. Brian, you had said your son is a speller.
My son's
as well.
he's a speller. He just started on a keyboard last week. Woohoo!
My son, he is so neurologically impaired, he never could actually take an IQ test because he simply doesn't have the motor planning ability to do what's required. And he's doing, whatever's beyond calculus. I don't even know what it is, okay? But that's what he's doing, right? I mean, I kind of peaked at trig, right? So take it from there. And it's almost miraculous, really.
That is incredible and so hopeful for so many families and individuals. And there's growing support from other organizations. For a long time, I know we got pushback from the speech and language pathology groups.
Yes, they were kind of like, and I wasn't really surprised by that, because they sort of against everything that's new when it relates to communication and in people on the spectrum and things like that. I don't know what the current status is on ASHA and spelling. Have they changed? Does anybody know?
No, they have not changed.
They haven't changed. Okay, so they're still opposing it. Yeah. I'm thinking they may not be as nearly as enthusiastic about their opposition. Right? I don't know if this is something they really want to fight, but we'll find out.
Okay, so to turn back a little bit to the past. John, in what ways, you've been in this a long time, all of us have been in this fight for a long time. In what way has justice been denied to individuals with autism and their families?
God, where do you start?
How much time do we have?
We have 38 minutes. Go for it.
I mean, just the most fundamental, tenets of justice in the, Anglo-American jurisprudence have been denied our kids, right? And the most glaring example, obviously, is the denial of our kids' Seventh Amendment right to go to court over an injury, right? That was taken away from them by the 1986 Act. I mean, you can't get any grosser than that, right? And I think going forward, I'm very optimistic about the future for a whole lot of reasons, right? But I think one of the things that we as a community have to do is it's got to go. We got to get our right to go back to court, right? And I think if we get that, a lot of other stuff is going to take care of itself, okay? If the doctor's got to think, no, wait, man, I could be sued here, right? Likewise with Merck and the other ones, then I think we're going to see a real change in behavior. I think if we do that and we get rid of mandates, which Florida is already attempting to do, and they kind of got there in Idaho already, we're going to be in a very, very different world. And I think at least going forward, our kids are already injured, right? But that will sort of basically return not only their constitutional rights, such as the Seventh Amendment, it also restores to them the obligation of the government on all levels to consider their well-being and their rights and their lives in the decisions they make, which they certainly do not do now.
I used to say, when I first started my practice, I started doing products liability defense work. And I used to say, when people would ask about that line of work, even doing the defense side of it, I would always say product liability cases were the check and balance. That's the check and balance on industry, because you can regulate, regulators get into people's back pockets, and there's revolving doors with regulatory agencies and so forth. But the product liability lawsuit is the check and balance on curbing industry enthusiasm over putting products on the market that haven't been truly tested.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that Kennedy says all the time, and it's the core of our problem, is that every institution we have to protect people from bad, dangerous products has been eliminated when it comes to vaccines, okay? We can't go to court, okay? What else do we have? Well, you have the market, right? You can choose not to do it. Well, we don't have that either, do we? At least with kids, right? And then on the other device we really have to protect us from dangerous products are the regulatory agencies, okay, which are completely bought. The last one we have is the press, right? And the legacy press is beyond repair. A lot of people were saying stuff trying to influence New York Times and stuff like that. I don't know if the New York Times is still here. I don't think we really need to worry about the New York Times, okay? Because one of the things that, I mean, if you go on this adventure that many of us are on and being an autism parents, everything we do almost is alternative, right? We do alternative medicines with our kids. We have an alternative way of looking at that. Our approach to food is definitely alternative, right? Our approach to education is alternative, right? So when you're talking about kids and you're taking out medicine, food, and what else? Education, what have you got left, right? And this is not just limited to our community here, but I mean, there's this whole new media world that has developed that is really making the old media world, represented by the New York Times and ABC and CBS and all that, completely irrelevant. It's like someone earlier today quoted Buckminster Fuller, who said that, if you want to change the world, design your own system, right? And we've been designing our own system for decades, right? And the thing is certainly with, Robert Kennedy being Secretary of Health, our system is gaining power and influence and size very, very rapidly. So I think we just need to keep on going on, and eventually the old world hopefully will basically die a quick death.
Well, right, and taking away any liability for the manufacturers disincentivizes them from making a safer product, right? They're not going to lose any money. Now, Drew, the VICP originally was intended, it's my understanding, to be sort of a non-combative way that people could get compensation for vaccine injury. What has happened to that program?
Yeah, the good old days. So when I first started in the program, you could articulate a cause of action, say it was, vaccine related, if you could support it with medical literature, or maybe in a rare instance you'd have to get an expert involved, but usually you could get those cases resolved. That includes encephalopathic regression. Those cases were, I think we talked about that this morning, those cases used to be routinely compensated by the vaccine program as an encephalopathic event. So in the 90s, HHS sort of changed the game by rewriting the vaccine injury table, which is the definitional section that sort of governs how the vaccine program works. But more recently, the Department of Justice, that represents the Secretary of Health and Human Services in the vaccine program, seized control of the decision making in the program for at least probably the last 10 or 15 years. And imagine if you put a bunch of lawyers together and say, what do you want to do? You want to litigate? Because you're a litigator. So that's what happened. It started around the same time as the omnibus proceeding, and has gotten worse since that point in time, to the point now, which is sort of why I'm here, is that it is nearly impossible to win a vaccine case now, regardless of injury. If it's a questionable case or has to be defended, some of the special masters have above a 90% denial rate on litigated cases. And when a program was designed to compensate victims in an area that we may never know for sure what caused the injury. We can't prove vaccination did something. We can't prove infection did it. We just have theories. We can prove it with animal models and support it, but you don't know for certain. So the point there was, since we don't know for certain, we need to compensate. The close call goes to the victim. That is how the vaccine program was originally designed, and it's been hijacked, for lack of a better word, hopefully not for much longer.
Brian, if you could talk a little bit about your perspective on the Omnibus Autism proceeding, the OAP, and what you'd like to see as compensation for families of children with autism who are vaccine injured.
My family was in the OAP for 16 years. We filed in May of 2002, and because of a statute of limitations, could only include my son's 15-month vaccine. So any contribution then allowed the DOJ and their experts witness to say, oh, he was tugging his ears at 6 months, so we must have autism because he's tugging his ears. Definitely couldn't have been the ear infections that he was having over and over again, but yeah, it was autism. And the other thing that was laughable was really that it was going to be a friendly process. It was highly contentious. We could not find expert witnesses because any of them that had any experience witnessing for the petitioners, as an expert witness for the petitioners, had already been eviscerated and had committed career suicide by stepping forward as an expert witness. And these individuals, the special masters, we had George Hastings as a special master. He went to lengths to make sure that he tore down our expert witnesses to, the very core. It was like watching one of the old Flintstones episodes where Fred Flintstone was in with his boss, Mr. Slate. And then Fred would shrink and get smaller with every criticism, every slam. That was what it was like. And then finally, we were thrown out of the system because of a statute of limitation, and we never got oral arguments whatsoever. Neither did we get any type of compensation for the amount of money that we spent for legal fees. And so it was a net loss. These children need to be taken care of. You know, my son is very, very similar to your son, John. Really, really brilliant, loves physics, loves calculus, loves German, but his whole body dyspraxia just traps him in his body. And so, bar another medical breakthrough or miracle, then he's going to need a lifetime of care. You know, just 24/7 care. And so these kids, there needs to be some type of endowment for each child that's been affected for this in order to take care of them for the rest of their lives.
If I could add something to that, though, because my son was in the omnibus as well. And one thing that I think we have to talk about is the omnibus has to be revisited, because and I agree with Drew. Earlier today, Drew said that the omnibus was a setup from the beginning, right? That it was going to be a way to get all these cases, put them together, and then just find some way to get rid of them, okay? But in the omnibus, they completely violated their own rules, and they violated the law in multiple places, because what they decided to do was pick 6 test cases to test various theories of autism causation, right? Well, 2 of them, one was Hannah Poling, okay? That was just outright autism, and they said, oh, no, that doesn't count anymore. And then there was another one where, based on an expert witness, okay, changed their opinion about what caused the autism in the individual concerned. So there was another one. But the lawyers for the government never let that testimony, that changed testimony, come back into the system. So you already had 2 out of the 6 saying, yeah, it was autism, and they completely disregarded all that, right? I can't imagine a more immoral, illegal thing to do. And at the very least, it has to be investigated, if not just completely reopened, with a look-back provisions for other families as well. I mean, this 3-year period is just insane. If it's any other kind of injury, correct me if I'm wrong, Drew, but if it's a medical injury, you have until a minor is no longer a minor to file, and we got 3 years with vaccines.
Yeah, it's part of the fallacy, and certainly something that I have flagged. Now we need the legislature to weigh in on that, because that's in the statute itself. So we have to statutorily change the statute of limitations. But yeah, it's a situation where it's 3 years from the first onset of symptoms, period. It doesn't matter if your child is 5 years old or not. The parent has the responsibility to file within 3 years of onset, even when every other state and federal statute of limitations period allows for a tolling when the child is a minor. The vaccine program doesn't have that. Specifically, doesn't allow for tolling based on the age of the child. So yeah, it's a travesty. Most people don't know that they've been injured or have put 2 and 2 together, that it was the vaccination that did it within 3 years.
And you know, I can speak from personal experience. We were not in the OAP or in the VICP because of the statute of limitations. My son, when I finally learned about the VICP, because I never got a VIS for any of his vaccinations, a vaccine information statement, which does mention the program, we were barred. I got all his medical records, and there was a notation on his record that said PDD NOS ? And that was it. We were out of time. It was beyond the 3 years. And lots of families are in that situation. But I think it's also important to talk about the way the program was set up as non-adversarial, and because of that, and John, you sort of brought up some of those general rights that people have in we'll call it the regular court system, states and federal courts, where you get discovery from the opposition. You get information from them. You take depositions and get sworn testimony. You don't have that in the VICP as of right, And you also have to keep in mind that you're not suing the manufacturer. You're suing the United States government, the Department of Health and Human Services. So if you want information from one of the manufacturers, that's called third-party discovery. That's almost impossible to get in VICP. I don't know, Drew, have you ever seen anyone get third-party discovery?
No, I've tried it multiple times, but not in the last 10 or 15 years because I lost every single time. I mean, how valuable would it be to be able to get data from the manufacturer showing, how much this was actually reported in the field clinical trials or anything like that? And there's none of that.
And can you talk a little bit more, Drew, about the OAP and some of the things that went on in that program that both John and Brian have alluded to?
Well, sure. I mean, and I think John just summed it up in the same way I did this morning. There were more and more cases being filed with the label of autism in the medical chart and being the focal point of the petitions in the case. So the court decided that was going to be what they were going to do for judicial economy and so forth. They were going to lump these in. They had you file a short form petition, so you didn't even file a whole petition or get to plead your case. It was a short form that basically just turned your child into a number. And then they used that, they lumped them all together. As John said, the test cases were stacked. The deck was stacked against the families from the get-go. The case that John was referring to, and I know, Kim, you're familiar with as well, they used an expert, a neurology expert, who came to hear the petitioner, the plaintiff's neurology expert, testify. And after the plaintiff's expert finished testifying, the government's expert in close quarters told them, look, I'm not sure that this little girl has autism, but I do believe a vaccine could cause a regressive autism, without a doubt. That is my opinion. So don't go back in there and say that I am giving some sort of a general causation opinion. And they fired him that night. And then used the transcript from the first trial as his testimony in the subsequent test cases. So that has been an issue for a long time, but that is definitely something that would warrant, and Kim and I have talked about this, it would warrant a Rule 60 reopening of that whole thing.
And there is litigation surrounding that ongoing right now. So that is happening.
Yeah. Like I said this morning, I mean, I didn't refer any clients to the omnibus proceeding because it looked to me like it was a setup. You had individual families that were winning cases based on a regressive encephalopathic event. Most of those cases had autism in their medical chart, and by allowing the court to lump them all together like that, it was just a recipe for denial. It was going to get kicked.
Yeah, this is another, I think, real injustice that we as a community have to deal with, is just the whole idea of, and the term and the use of autism is used continuously to hurt our kids. We got a direct example here, because in the vaccine court, if it says any autism anywhere in the kid's record, forget it, you're not going anywhere. But it's much greater than that, right? Because, I mean, in the current DSM, right, we've got level 1, 2, and 3, right? That's sort of a step in the right direction. But we're in this bizarre situation where you can have an individual who is nonverbal, who doesn't have bowel or bladder control, and no effective way of communicating with the world, and needs constant 24/7 care, right? And then you could have somebody who has a successful career in a demanding profession with graduate degrees, a spouse and children, and both claim that they have autism, all right? And obviously, if that's the range of the spectrum is meaningless, right? We have to get away from that. We have to get away from the behavior-defined criteria that we see in the DSM-5, and we have to go to the actual biological problems that our kids have, okay? They have various kinds of physical injuries or reactions, diseases, whatever you want to call it. That's what we have to look at, right? And I'm not saying that people sort of the quote higher end of the spectrum don't have issues. I'm sure plenty of them have lots of issues, but they're not the issues my son has, right? And what you would do for my son is not what you would do for, you know, Jerry Seinfeld when he was saying he was autistic, right? And it's also used against us in the science, right? Because if you have a group of people, if you're trying to find out what causes autism, what is, you know, what kind of correlations you have there, and you have, you know, a denominator that is as huge as we have for autism right now, it's basically impossible to prove anything. Because, you know, you don't, if you have, say, specifically, say like you're looking at some sort of treatment for GI issues in people with autism, right? You can make the pool big enough to come up with any conclusion you want, which I think they do all the time. Which is why after 25, I think one of the reasons why after 25 years, we have virtually no treatments out there for the specific physical problems our kids have. I mean, that was one of the big deals about Monday, right? They actually talked about leucovorin as an actual treatment for a physical problem of autism. We haven't had, that's it, that's the first, which is just stunning. I mean, it's been what? When was the, remember the Combating Autism Act? Okay, that was 2007, right? We're almost 20 years in to a specific targeted research program on autism that hasn't yielded anything, okay? I mean, when my son was born, I say this all the time, but when my son was, excuse me, not when he was born, when he was diagnosed 25 years ago, okay? We didn't know what the causes of autism were. We didn't know any treatments, okay? And we thought that the autism rate was about 1 in 500, right? Here we are 25 years later. We still don't have any treatments. We still officially don't know any causes of autism. However, we say the autism rate is 1 in 31, right? But we're still not sure if it's actually gone up. Well, what have we been doing for the last 25 years? Nothing.
No, and there are, you know, I think Honey mentioned earlier IVIG, or I'm sorry, that was Sylvia who mentioned IVIG. Many people with autism benefit from IVIG, but unless you have another diagnosis that insurance is going to cover, IVIG is incredibly and prohibitively expensive unless you're literally a multimillionaire or billionaire, pretty much. So there are treatments that are out there that are effective, but people just can't access them as well.
Right, you know, and again, if you say it's autism, forget it, you're not getting it. So we got to get rid of autism in more ways than one.
I think that's right.
Yeah. I just to shift gears, I don't know if you were going to ask another question in that regard, but I before we run out of time, I have to tell a funny Mercury story. There actually is one.
No one's ever said that before.
So I had an expert from the University of Arizona who specialized in what's called arsine gas. It's a arsenic derivative that they use to make semiconductors because it's heat resistant. And so arsine gas is actually mustard gas that they used, you know, for years and years in the military. And so I started talking to this expert, like, how on earth did you end up working in this area with, you know, the most toxic substance on the planet? And he looked at me and he said, you know, I used to do work in mercury, but it was too dangerous. So that was his story. So anyone that tells you that it's okay to put mercury in vaccines is just full of it. Anyway, sorry, I just went. That always stuck with me. It's like, okay, how can you say that, you know, we're talking about mercury and it's okay? Because the guy who would work with mustard gas thought that was going to be a safer vocation to take up. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Put some perspective.
Okay. So a lot of what we've talked about here is a dwindling trust in public institutions from the American people. John, do you have thoughts on what can be done to redeem some of that trust and make people respect institutions again, possibly? I mean, we talk about the science never being settled, yet we have Anthony Fauci telling us he is the science. He is unsettling, I'll give him that. But,
yeah, I think one thing you have to do is Bobby has to clean house, right? And he seems to be doing that, right? And the faster he does that, the better. But the thing is we can never go back to the old way, okay? That system failed, okay, completely. I mean, that's the whole idea behind MAHA, right? We've got the sickest generation of kids ever, right? So the current system doesn't work, right? And I think a couple of the key things in there is, one, you can't have any forced medical procedures, okay? That's got to stop. The stuff we were talking about before. Another big problem is almost all the research funding in the United States comes from the NIH, right? And they rigidly enforce orthodoxy. And I don't know the way around it, but you cannot have one source of money telling everybody in medicine what they can and cannot do. But I think we're going to have to go to a system, and one of the things I think is really interesting about what the ACIP has started to do already, which is freaking everybody out, is that they are returning responsibility to physicians, right? For example, with the COVID shots, right? They're saying, this is our recommendation. Go talk to your physician, see if it's good for you, and then you can do it, right? And lots of people we want a rule for everybody, that nobody out there, doctors, whatever, individuals can exercise their own decisions about it. We've got to re-empower physicians to be physicians and not algorithm followers.
No, and I think, we talk about abolishing mandates, and we've seen what Florida's done, what Idaho has done, what other states are trying to do. But while we work toward getting rid of those mandates and restoring choice to people in medical decision-making, I think we also have to think about religious exemptions, philosophical exemptions, and medical exemptions, because those are protecting those or restoring those is an important stopgap while we work toward medical freedom and abolishing mandates. And every state has a medical exemption. In most states, they are incredibly difficult to access. They get turned down routinely. They rely on standards that aren't even real standards. So they say, well, ACIP says these are the only reasons you get a medical exemption, but that's not actually what the ACIP guidance says. It says you can consider these things as examples. So we just had a case in New York that CHD supports, Doe against Oceanside. It was against a school district, a girl who was missing one hepatitis B shot, and she had 6 or 7 medical professionals saying it could be catastrophic if she got that shot. She had had very serious reactions to other vaccines. She has autoimmune diseases. She has a whole list, a litany of adverse reactions to vaccines. She even was she tried to convince someone to take her to an urgent care to get the vaccine because she so desperately wanted to go back to school and be with her friends. And the urgent care looked at her and said, no, we can't do that. We took that case to court, and Sujata Gibson, who's a lawyer that CHD works with on in many cases, got a preliminary injunction that allowed that girl to go back to school in September, where she belonged. And John, are you hearing anything in New York as a result of that case?
Yeah, I mean, medical exemptions has been a real big issue in New York for a long time. They were difficult to get forever, but in the last couple of years, the state actually started going after existing medical exemptions. Just kind of kids who had had a medical exemption for 10 years, all of a sudden were getting them denied.
And the doctors that wrote the exemption.
Oh, they totally go after the doctors who write the exemptions. Mm-hmm. But fortunately, we've got a really good law. The law in New York is real straightforward. It says that if a New York licensed physician thinks a shot may harm a person or a child, student, then they get a medical exemption. And over the years, the health department has perverted it into this sort of complicated system I won't go into, that basically guarantees that most people are not going to get an exemption, right? And what the CHD suits did in this and some other decisions as well recently is they've actually been able to restore in federal court the sort of plain meaning of the actual law and sort of overrode all these regulations the Department of Health came up with to basically take away the physician's choice. Again, give the physician the choice back, right? And there's this one lawyer who's been working on as well with Sujata and with Kim, Chad Davenport, who's been very aggressive at going after schools. And the word is getting out that the law is the law, right? And so where it seems to be going now is that basically if you can get the physician, which is always a trick, but there are a few brave physicians out there who will do it, to sign the medical exemption, basically the schools are backing off, and so is the Department of Health, at least for the time being. We'll see.
No, it's been a huge win for families in New York whose children have real medical contraindications to vaccination. John, are you seeing anything on trying to restore the religious exemption in New York and in the other states that have removed religious or philosophical exemptions?
Well, you know, I think at the state level in New York and the other deep blue states that have repealed it in the last few years, I think it's going to be very difficult to do at the state level, right? But
what about the Grace Act?
That's it. But at the federal level, it's definitely possible, right? There's the Grace Act. Representative Matt Stubbe from Florida introduced a bill basically telling the states that do not offer religious exemptions that you have a choice, either offer a religious exemption or lose your federal education money, right? Yeah. One or the other. It's your choice. You do what you want, right? So, beautiful. And there's only 4 or 5, if you want to include West Virginia, states that don't allow religious exemptions, but that's where 20% of the American population live, right? So it has a pretty big impact. And another thing that's going on, there's been a lot of sort of noise about the possibility that there may be an executive order that does what the Grace Act does. Who knows? We'll see. I think if we put more pressure on the president to do it, he may do it. Who knows?
So Drew, I want to share with you something that someone in the audience who is I'm not going to name names unless they want to be named, has said about, he's very involved in the VICP, that when the petitioner wins, the special master settles the case and there's no written statement. The special master only writes opinions when the petitioner loses. And then the petitioner also signs an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, if they win. What's your take on that?
That is not entirely correct. So what happens is if the case is settled, it can be an out-of-court settlement, just like any other thing, but the vaccine program still has to issue a judgment because that's how it gets paid out of Treasury, who oversees the Vaccine Injury Trust Fund. This is not taxpayer money. It's all funded through a 75-cent excise tax on the vaccines that are covered in the program. So when it's settled, there's a settlement agreement that is signed, but that still has to be filed with the court, and the court will enter a judgment adopting the party's settlement. That's how it gets sent over to Treasury. If it is litigated, win or lose, there is a decision that gets issued by the special master overseeing the case. These cases are bifurcated, meaning they take up entitlement or causation first. And if the petitioner wins on causation, you move to the damages phase. So in some instances, there's 2 decisions that are issued, but there is always on a litigated case that is being litigated on causation, win or lose, there is a published decision that gets, well, it's not always published, but you can find it online or on Westlaw. So that is, it's not entirely true, but it's also hard to find. It can be very hard to find those decisions. They used to post them on the court's website. They've taken that down. So now you either have to be lucky enough to stumble across it in a Google search, or you have to have a pay service like Westlaw or Lexis where you can actually put in the search parameters that you're trying to get.
Do you feel like there's a tendency in the program, and I don't know the answer one way or the other, to push cases that are sort of cases that would be likely to win towards settlement?
Yes. Now, the Department of Justice doesn't always listen to that, and I don't know that it's any sort of evil intent on the special master's part there, as much as it's just a case on their docket. And, if they can, guide the parties towards an equitable resolution of it where everybody walks away happy, then so be it, and it's one less case that they have to adjudicate. But there definitely is some special masters more so than others. But I am willing to read a lot of ill will and intent into some of the special masters' conduct and what they do with cases and how they treat petitioners in the program. I wouldn't necessarily attribute ill intent to that component of it.
You mentioned the 75-cent excise tax.
Right.
Explain how the program is funded and who's really paying ultimately for the compensated cases.
Sure. So the excise tax, a vaccine cannot be added to the vaccine injury compensation program until Congress passes the 75-cent excise tax for that particular vaccination. The manufacturer pays that. So if a vaccine costs $100, 75 cents out of that goes and is sent as an excise tax to the Vaccine Injury Trust Fund. So it is the manufacturer essentially buying the liability shield with 75 cents to be given to a victim out of the Vaccine Injury Trust Fund. The problem is that there's almost $5 billion in the trust fund right now, and the trust fund made more in interest on its investments last year than it paid out in claims.
Wow.
So the system in that regard, it's, again, I think I've said it 3 times now today, it's broken, and it's not taking care of victims the way Congress originally intended.
John, did you have something you wanted to add to that?
Nope.
You look like you might. Drew, what changes, and I know you can't speak to specifics, but what changes do you feel are necessary for the VICP to be successful?
Yeah, so I can talk in generalities, I suppose. And let me start with the liability protections. I know that's it's an issue, it's a big one, and it's one that everyone is concerned about. Here's what I see as a problem. Just basically collapsing the vaccine program is probably not the best solution. The catastrophic case could go and retain a lawyer and be able to have a lawyer agree to represent them in a lawsuit against the manufacturer or the vaccine administrator. The typical case, though, in the vaccine program is shoulder injuries, when they give the shot too high on the shoulder, or cellulitis, or what are called monophasic injuries, where it's really bad for 6 months. And then the person starts to make a recovery, either by using IVIG or some other autoimmune mechanism. So just simply getting rid of the vaccine program is problematic because the $75,000 case can't get a plaintiff a lawyer to represent them. They would not be able to fund the case like that. It would cost more in experts than they could hope to recover. So the vaccine program still serves a vital interest for those folks. Partly, getting back to a question you asked earlier, I also think one of the ways to reinstate some public trust in the system is to take care of families when the horrible adverse event occurs. If they'd taken care of the autism families in the OAP, you wouldn't be here. Most people wouldn't be here. They would have gotten compensated. They would have gotten benefits for their child. They would have gotten lifetime care. residential, that all would have been built into a life care plan, and they would have been taken care of. And it's the same with most injuries. So, you know, there are the good old-fashioned changes that everyone wants to see, changes in the statute of limitations, changes in the number of special masters. You know, most cases right now, I think I mentioned it this morning, there's almost 4,000 cases backlogged in the vaccine program. There's only 8 special masters, and you know, that backlog is just continuing to grow because they just can't get to cases fast enough. You know, requesting more special masters and things like that. Those are the good old-fashioned ones that have been in every bill introduced over the last 15 years. But there are different ways and different approaches too. You know, how HRSA, which is the division within HHS that oversees the vaccine program, you know, how they internally handle cases, you know, settlements, medical review, things of that nature are also being looked at to expedite handling. In the original act, and it's still in the statute today, the government was supposed to respond to the petitioner within 90 days of what their position on a case was. Most cases now take 6-7 years to resolve, and some even longer than that. So there are a bunch of changes afoot, and that's probably about all I can say about them.
Okay, well, on that note, I think we are out of time, gentlemen. Thank you both, and thank Brian in absentia.
Yep.
He had to leave for an emergency.
Thank you so much, Kim and Drew and John. And now our final panel, panel 4, if you could come up to the stage. And I think they're probably going to ask us to leave pretty hard stop at 5. But let's try to push it as much as we can to give the final panelists an opportunity. This is a really important panel on clinical needs and research priorities. Thank you so much.
Check 1, 2. Did anybody ask you guys to share the live media stream out today? Okay. All right. So please do that again, because this is a very important panel. Let people know that we're still going strong. I would ask you to do that. So let's go down the line. You guys heard my story. Hey, John, good to see you. Let's go down the line, and I'll have the panelists introduce themselves. In the interest of time, I won't read the bios, but what are your priorities for being here today first? And then we'll go through some questions. Does that sound good?
Sounds good.
All right, great. You're up, Tracy.
Okay, my name is Tracy Slevcevic. I am a board-certified integrative health practitioner, and I am also the founder of Autism Health and the Autism Health Summit. My goal and what it is that I look to achieve is to educate all parents on how to address those underlying conditions associated with autism and other neurological disorders, what they can do in preventive care, but also on the research side, what types of treatments and therapies that are out there that are working for kids, how to get, independent studies done so that we know that these therapies are working effectively.
Thank you so much. And she is so good at it. Tell us about your annual conference, please.
So once a year in April, we do an annual conference, the Autism Health Summit. So we're probably the only autism conference out there that doesn't follow the narrative. We speak very openly. A lot of these amazing doctors and scientists that are here today, including the one to my right, have spoken at the conference. It will be in San Diego, April 24th, 25th, and 26th of next year. We look forward to everybody attending. And it really is about, I'm a solutions girl. So I'm all about people having answers as to their questions, as to what's caused what, and what they can do to address those issues.
It's a high-energy conference, and once you go, you walk away. If you've never been to one, you walk away with a community of friends that you can talk to for the rest of your life. You do a great job. All right, so Mary Coyle, it's my honor to introduce Mary Coyle. Would you tell us a little bit about yourself and your priorities for being here today?
Thank you for having me. Yes, my name's Mary Coyle, and I have a child that's on the spectrum. He's 34 years old. I have a lot of friends in the audience here. We did homotoxicology with him, and so I'd like to explain that a little further in addition to bioregulatory medicine that I'd like to teach other parents.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for your patience with me not reading your bios and appreciating that we'd rather hear from you than about you, okay? Dr. John Gatanis, I don't know what happened. I started studying autism in 2014, and I didn't meet you until this year, and let's just say I'm going to give you a commendation that was passed on to me. You should be in charge of a research program on autism within the NIH, sir. So go ahead. Now I've managed your expectations just right. Go ahead.
That's very kind. Yes, I'm John Gaetanis. I'm a child neurologist. And boy, in terms of the priorities or what I wanted to speak on today, I think, there's a million things I think that are important to convey. But I want to first thank the fact that we're here today to have discourse, to have conversation. And as a physician, we don't often have that opportunity because we exist within a culture that has been so narrowly focused on one storyline that is becoming harder and harder to continue to maintain. And my hope really is that those walls start to break down and that we can actually begin to not just improve the lives of kids who have been diagnosed, but really think about prevention. And that's one thing that has arisen in this conference, but it's just not part of the discourse outside of here, is that there may be a pathway towards prevention and how incredibly powerful that would be.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Dr. Frye, before you start, I believe you will recall the day that I said that I thought that you should be the director of NIH.
Yes, you did say that. Yeah.
Yes, I did. And I'm happy with the director that we have right now, but I still think that he should be one of these days the director of NIH. We really need to take over the entire institution with a focus
just
on
move it
autism.
to Phoenix. Yeah, we have a lot of room out there, and we can remake it.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've spoken a couple of times today. What's your priorities for this panel?
Well, I definitely think that my priorities is that I think we have to talk about research that helps individuals, as I was saying before. It touches them, it improves their lives, and stop, perseverating on these very, minute mechanisms that makes good science and is very interesting, but doesn't help anybody along the way. And of course, as John said, prevention. We can prevent this, and that's the only way we're going to get ahead of it, and we're going to make headway. And John was my senior resident in a neurology residency, so everything I know was from him.
Amazing. So Dr. Frye is also a great mentor. What a great career you contributed to. So it's my honor to start the question session. With all your ears perked up, you're about to learn, and I am too. I always learn when I talk with these guys. Tracy, how can early interventions that focus on gut health and nutrition be prioritized in autism care, and what evidence supports dietary cleanup as a first step in preventing downstream neurological and behavioral changes?
So I'm sure many of you will agree with me when I say that addressing gut issues should be the first step to autism care. And because the gut is not just for digestion, it is home to 70 to 80% of the immune system and production of neurotransmitters such as serotonin, dopamine, GABA. So if your gut is messed up, then most likely your brain and your immune system are in a constant state of stress. So what do? So as parents, it used to be called the autism diet. Does anybody remember back in the Dan days, everyone used to be like, oh, well, they call it the autism diet. So removing inflammatory foods, getting rid of gluten, dairy, casein, soy, food dyes, and preservatives from our diet. So I'm here to tell you, if it's not real food, you shouldn't be eating it, and neither should your children. And as a parent, I've had so many parents come to me and look for other options. So I'm here to tell you that the first option should be to clean the gut, because other treatments and therapies are going to be less effective and not work, whether it be traditional therapies or biomedical, unless you start with the gut. And the gut is very important. There is no way around it. There's only through, and there's no doing it half-time, part-time, whatever. And you know, there's been lots of research and evidence that a lot of these kids with ASD have dysbiosis. They have leaky gut, they have yeast, they have pathogens. So all these different things, and if your child has ever taken antibiotics, and my kid was an ear infection baby, so it was really sad when the pediatrician's office called my kid the mascot of their office because he was there every month with an ear infection. So you can imagine how much yeast was in his gut. So yeast competes with the body in regards to vitamins and nutrients. So when it coats the lining of the gut, it inhibits the body's ability to absorb all those vitamins and nutrients, so these kids become nutrient deficient. So I'm here to say, first and foremost, and I can tell you there are many, many success stories, probably a lot in this room right here, but for my own success story, for my son, the number one thing, other than truly believing that he would live a normal life, was to clean out his gut, and then he began to speak again, and I got more eye contact, more functionality, because you know his brain wasn't inflamed. So those of you who don't know, but the gut is connected to the brain via the nervous system. So if your gut's inflamed, you know the brain's inflamed. So we need to address the gut first.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the microbiome aspect of autism health was something that I ran into when I read those 2,000 studies for my book, and realized that aluminum and mercury are actually excreted through the intestine, and so those toxins are not good for your microbiome. They can impair and kill the microbiome off and alter it. I wanted to mention someone who was supposed to be here with us today. His name Dr. Christian Bogner. He has kind of some miracle kids that are walking away from microbiome treatment, talking for the first time.
Yes.
After getting rid of one of the microbiome species that produces cyanide. I didn't know this. And it impairs motor neuron function. And so that's a wonderful thing. That should be a headline on the page at NIH. We need to see funding to actually, see what percentage of kids need this therapy, right?
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll do it a little bit different this time. By the way, if anybody wants to comment on a short follow-up, keep it brief, but please do after one of the answers. Mary, thank you for being here. We talked a bit before the conference, and I'm really fascinated. One of the things you told me that you wanted to make sure people understood was the differences between homeopathy and homotoxicology. Could you start there for us?
Sure. So homeopathy was developed by Dr. Hahnemann. I'm sure everybody in the room is familiar with homeopathy. Back at the at the end of the 17th century. It's one potency and one constituent in each remedy. And there's three principles that homeopathic remedies are made by. One is the principle of like cures like. So if you have a runny nose or if you have red eyes, the homeopath might suggest red onion or allium cepa. So you're going like cures like to stimulate that same reaction in your body. The second principle is the law of infinitesimals. So we use tiny, tiny, even micro or nano amounts of the original tincture, like arnica or belladonna. And then the law, or the principle, of succussion, where with each serial dilution, the remedy is rigorously shaken. With homotoxicology, homo is human, toxico, toxin, and ology is science. So it's the study of the science of toxins on humans. I was in the chemical industry at the time, and I'm probably the poster mother of what you shouldn't do if you are pregnant. So I was on construction sites, I was exposed to a lot of lead dust. So when my son was diagnosed at 2 with ASD, I knew that it was probably something that happened pretty closely in utero transgenerational toxins. So when I heard about homotoxicology from a pharmacist in Florida named Dr. Kratz. He worked at the Merck Manual. It was, he's very mainstream, but he was sick himself, so he wanted to find homeopathic complex remedies, which have a lot of different constituents in it and a lot of different potencies in it to help trigger the body, alert the body that toxins are in there. So you're kind of working off the model of homeopathy, like Cures Like, to allow the body to know that mercury's in there, aluminum's in there, heavy metals in there. So I was all over that. So I called him up and we started using that protocol, and he started doing really, really well. And we had done the diet and all the other things that help bring the inflammation down, but it wasn't enough for him. I mean, I think the toxins went intracellular, and we actually had to get these toxins out. And then everything on the biochemical level, the things that these two brilliant doctors are doing, started working, because the B12 was making him really hyper, and I could see he couldn't even break down his food, let alone the 50 supplements that I was giving him. All of a sudden his language started to explode when he started taking methyl B12 shots. And we started putting in SAMe and the folinic acid. So it was just kind of that, getting that grease off the wall so that everything subsequently started to stick. And then from his progress, then other parents started calling me up, and so that's when I started teaching them about it.
That sounds like a rather intelligent approach towards treating kids with autism, to make sure they're ready for other therapies first. And no pediatrician knows anything about this. So let me ask this as a quick follow-up. You've seen kids that things, protocols have been tried on them for years, and parents have struggled for years trying to help them have better days. And your approach with bioenergetics and homeotoxicology helped them over the hump. Can you tell us, about how many times you've seen this? Just raw numbers. Like,
I've been doing this for 30 years, so
yeah.
I've worked with lots of, talked and taught lots of parents, and we do work together as a team. I'm more of a teacher than anything else, but I don't really advertise. I don't.
Yep.
And it's all word of mouth, and
yep.
The kids are the best advertisements. So they'll say, I saw this kid at school and he did this, and I want to know what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. So we're bouncing around from topic to topic, so keep your eyes and ears perked here. We'll go to Dr. John Gatanis. I'm just going to mix the questions that Richard Frye sent. So about how many children with autism have insufficient folate in the brain? Why does this happen, and what is the treatment?
Wow, this is Richard's question.
You better get it right.
You didn't know there was going to be an oral exam from your mentor.
Wow, thanks for that.
Should have studied.
Yeah, I know. I should have studied. You set me up. Yeah, so in terms of how frequently we see this, so, well, let me start first with the testing and why this happens. So for, one of the major contributors to cerebral folate deficiency are folate receptor antibodies, or what we call FRAD. So the folate receptor antibodies block folate, which is B9, from getting into the brain. So B9 has to actually be transported actively into the brain through a transporter. It's not something that just passively diffuses through. If you have antibodies blocking that transporter, then your brain and spinal fluid are deficient. Obviously, it's a little hard to just do a spinal tap, so checking for those antibodies would be an important way to assess this, but in truth, you have to sometimes consider that it's an out-of-pocket test, like so many of the things that we often have to do to really treat our kids well. And not all families can afford that. So sometimes it also demands simply doing an empiric trial, starting, and again, keep in mind, this is vitamin B9. Okay, so I'll just add one piece here, though, to think about this. So we're talking about a treatment that's a vitamin-based treatment using folinic acid. Folinic acid tends to bypass that transporter, and yet we're getting a lot of resistance from our colleagues about this idea. And I've read a lot of press saying, well, we have insufficient evidence for using folinic acid. It's worth noting there have been 4 randomized double-blind controlled trials, which is the gold standard.
5.
5, I'm sorry, 5. Thank you. That's why I have him here. He's like ChatGPT. So So we've had 5 trials, and now I might be wrong on this too, because I've counted 255 patients thus far, and it had not gotten an FDA approval until we finally had a team that really wanted to make treatments available for core symptoms in autism. Okay, so right now, until Monday, there hadn't been any FDA-approved treatments for core symptoms in autism, things that improve language or development. The only 2 treatments we had that were approved were both antipsychotics, and both approved really for what's called irritability in autism. Okay, so we only had 2 treatments available. As a physician, I only had 2 treatments available, both antipsychotics. The first of those that was approved was risperidone. That was FDA approved after it was trialed on 180 patients and observed over 8 weeks. Folinic acid, which is vitamin B9, 255 patients, and actually treats core symptoms. Let's go back to risperidone. Risperidone, we know it causes weight gain. We know it contributes to type 2 diabetes. It also causes breast development in young men who take it. And it's worth noting that the manufacturer had been sued because they falsified data regarding gynecomastia, which is breast development. Those data were falsified because they had evidence that there was an increased risk of that, but they, after the fact, went back and removed all the kids in their data set who had gained weight and looked at those who just didn't. And in the kids who didn't gain weight, they didn't have the breast development. But the fact remains is that they did see an increased risk, and that was something that was removed originally. So as a clinician, I just want you to, I'm not looking for sympathy here, but I just want to give you, from my perspective, think about what that means to be a clinician, and you have 2 FDA-approved treatments. They're both antipsychotics, and you know that the data on one of them had been falsified. And this has only been tested on 180 patients, and how many patients do we see who've taken it not for 8 weeks, but for 8 years, okay? And I try to use a vitamin, and people will say, well, where's the science, right? So think about that.
Very good, thank you.
And the other thing, John, I mean, it's great that you know, and you studied all that. This is really important information, but if I think the number needed to treat in the risperidone trial is something like 6, so that means you have to treat 6 patients to get 1 effect. In our trial, our first double-blind placebo-controlled trial, if you're positive for the folate autoantibody, the number needed to treat is 1.8. So more than 1 in 2.
I think the number needed to cause type 2 diabetes, though, is lower. So in fairness to risperidone, it's a joke. Because that's actually quite common. So I think we were...
So at least you get diabetes out of it.
I'll just be quite honest. I was seeing, from coming to me as referrals, I was seeing patients who had either movement disorders, severe weight gain, type 2 diabetes, and were still self-injurious and aggressive. So we took a young boy who weighed 150 pounds, who had self-injury, and we created a boy who weighs 250 and has self-injury. And what have we actually done?
Just incidentally, have you guys seen the literature on intranasal insulin reducing aggression and self-injury in kids with Down syndrome?
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing that I've been looking at recently is blood glucose regulation. So we started to realize that many of these kids that have these behavioral outbursts during the day, they're hangry, and they can't express it, and so it's easy to fix, you just give her a little risperidone, right? And so I a lot of times I will slap a blood glucose monitor if they'll keep it on. And I look at them throughout the night. I was using complex carbohydrates, but now I've been using plant-based protein powder, which digests slowly. It also stabilizes blood glucose. Also carnitine, which we know is a treatment for autism, also stabilizes blood glucose. To the extent that if you have a diabetic, you better have them check their blood glucose if they start carnitine. So we have some really easy ways of just controlling behavior and blood glucose in some of these kids and improving their lives.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, the kids have gut issues, so they can't get proper nutrition. Their body's not going to say, oh, because I have a gut issue, I'm not still hangry, right? It's still an issue. So healing the gut first is what I hear. So about what percentage? I mean, we heard really good news the other day. I heard Dr. Oz say that CMS was going to give guidance to the states on how to track leucovorin and for safety and efficacy over time with real-time reporting, which was really great. I think that's really cool. But what percentage of families might benefit from this leucovorin therapy?
Yeah, so if you do the numbers, as John was saying, you're folate autoantibody positive, and in our trial, 1.8, number needed to treat, which is about 55%. So if you times 55 times 75, and you get about 40% theoretically have a response, and that was in 12 weeks having a very significant improvement in language. We know a lot of kids also have a slower response, and some of them have this mitochondrial issue, which requires mitochondrial support first. That one reason not to just run in and try it, because you have to, get the body ready for it, and they may need higher doses. So in my practice, I think I see at least 70–80% children at least benefit somewhat with it. What do you think, John?
It's high. So I don't use, well, actually this is a little bit of a segue, I apologize, and we're short on time. But I don't usually use leucovorin as an isolated treatment. So we have to build a base of health, which begins with sleep, nutrition, exercise, work on stress reduction. You have to build the base and avoiding further toxins. All of these things are necessary to begin with. That's your base. Once you've kind of established those, you don't have to wait on these things. It's not like you have to go sequentially here. You can do these all together. But then you do start to think of how can I support this child both metabolically and also help reduce inflammation. And there are many ways to approach those things. So leucovorin is one step of many, but we really have to think of offering mitochondrial support. We have to think of lowering inflammation. And we have to make sure that the diet and nutrition is correct. And it's also really important to state with leucovorin that for kids who are consuming dairy products, their folate receptor antibodies are going to be higher, and they really should come off dairy if this is going to be most effective. So we can't do these things without looking at that complete picture of health.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that seems also like a rational approach. So what you're saying is that people just shouldn't rush out and ask for leucovorin from their doctor. So we're not going to see direct-to-consumer marketing for leucovorin saying, ask your doctor if leucovorin is right for you, right? So you guys are ethical physicians. Let's give them a round of applause, please. These are ethical physicians. Back to Tracy, if you don't mind. If individuals with autism suffer from neuroinflammation and demyelination of the brain, what's the best course of action to put them back on the best neurodevelopmental track?
So when children with autism suffer with neuroinflammation or damage to the protective coating around the nerves, which is called the myelin, this could slow down speech, any type of progression or development. So what we want to do is we want to take down the inflammation, reduce the inflammation in the brain. We want to repair those wires. And so recently, and what we do this with is plasmalogens. So a lot of you may not know what plasmalogens are, but last year I did not know myself. And I met this amazing doctor, Dr. Dan Goodnow. And many of you may know who he is, but he created a plasmalogen supplement. And what it does is it helps deplete the white matter in the brain. And individuals with neurodegenerative disorders, ALS, Alzheimer's, MS, autism, are showing great progress with this supplement, in which I was blown away because I went to his conference and I listened to all the testimonials, and then I was caught off guard when I heard a father who was an MD speak about his daughter, who was 17 years old, and she was non-speaking. She was a non-speaking young lady with autism. And after a good amount of time of starting Dr. Goodnow's program, she started to talk. Now, I don't know about any of your other doctors, but me as a mom, typically we call it like early intervention. We got to get that speech back during early intervention. I hadn't heard about a 17-year-old regaining speech. So to me, it was pretty much unheard of. So recently, Autism Health and Dr. Goodnow Enterprises has partnered together to do a study on the benefits of plasmalogen supplements for autism in repairing the myelin in the brain, taking down the inflammation. So typically, plasmalogens are in most of our cells in our bodies, but they are mostly enriched in the cells in the heart, the brain, and the immune system. So so these plasmalogens have made a huge difference with individuals with heart issues, with immune dysfunction, which is most of these children, including myself. And so to see those testimonials and to watch the progress of what Dr. Goodnow has accomplished, we are so excited and so proud to partner with him. So what we are looking to do is we are currently raising funds, and Gina Delpaz is here representing Dr. Goodnow, and we are looking to fund this project so that we can supply those plasmalogens to families for children to be able to receive the prodrome glia. So the typical protocol for it, as he would say, is to really start off with the prodrome glia, work up to about a bottle a week, and then move over after a month or two to the prodrome neuro. So prodrome glia is it's an omega-9 supplement, and then the prodrome neuro is an omega-3. So all supporting brain function, helping to repair the myelin. So what I have seen, I'm always one who looks for other ways of treatment and healing, especially non-invasive ways. So I feel that we're really onto something with the plasmalogen supplements.
I think so. So, I've read those thousands of studies, and I constantly read about autism, and, proper myelination during neurodevelopment is really key. So if you ask the question, what, genetic mutations aside, what are the environmental factors that might impair myelination processes, normative myelination processes during development? It's nutritional deficiencies, environmental toxins, chronic stress, but also a lack of oxygen. Earlier today we talked about aluminum depleting transferrin and kids turning blue after vaccination. If your kid's blue, they're not getting oxygen to their brain. Talk about a medical emergency. If emergency medicine can't clue into that, there is absolutely, just take their rose-colored glasses off and throw them into the street. It's crazy to think that you could look at a kid and say, no, go home if they're blue. I mean, that kid is suffering. But among the environmental toxins, I'm sorry, I'm cheating. I have my cheat sheet here. Triethylatin and trialkyl, I don't know what those are. I've never heard about those. But there's something that a kid can apparently run into, or a mother might. The impairments are the ones that we know, but the hypoxic ischemia demyelination seems to be a risk factor that pediatric medicine needs to learn about. So thank you for bringing I promised I would learn something, so thanks for...
Right, and there's more information over on the table, and anybody can go talk to Gina about it, or you can go to prodrome.com, and they are doing, I think, 50% off of all their supplements till the end of the month for families with autism.
Thank you. So Mary, I mentioned bioregulation before, but I didn't start with that question, the bioenergetics and so on. So could you tell me the 5 therapeutic approaches to bioregulatory medicine, and in particular of the bioenergetic therapy? Tell us about that one and why they're important.
Sure. The first 4 everybody's familiar with. It's the structural level, and so we would approach that maybe with chiropractics or with physical therapy. The next one down is more informational and regulatory, so that would be the cells, organs, and tissues, how drugs or vitamins or food impacts that biochemical level. The next one down is epigenetic and genetic level, which James covered actually earlier. Then the next level down is the psycho-emotional, and then the last one is the bioenergetic. And so you know, when you think about, and I know nothing really about quantum physics, but if we drill down into the material world, past the molecules, past the atoms, past the waves and the probabilities, we really have these quantum fields. And I hope, and I think in the future, I think healing and medicine is going to go more and more in that direction. So what particularly was helpful with the bioenergetic field level of bioregulatory medicine for us is that because I was in the chemical industry and I knew that my son was very toxic, he was really constipated as an infant, and therefore his primary pathways were blocked, and he was using his ears as a secondary pathway. So he was on, like your child, on the pink stuff, like every couple months. And of course, every time I gave him an antibiotic, I'm compromising his microbiome. So we have this horrible vicious circle. So the company that really created homotoxicology was Dr. Reckeweg back in 1952. So none of this is new. This is old school stuff. There's been 1,000 studies on those remedies. So what I was particularly interested in was the extracellular matrix. And that is the mesh filled with collagen and fibrins and lymphatic vessels that support our cells in tissues and organs. So if that's dirty, then you think what's buttressing up against the cells, right? And so if the cells get dirty, then that bilipid membrane around the cell gets hard and rigid. And that means that nutrients aren't going to get in very well, and the metabolic waste that the cell produces isn't going to get out. So that is when I really felt like when he started to go after, use drainers to go after that extracellular matrix first, and then Reckeweg's company created catalysts that were complex homeopathic remedies that stimulated mitochondrial function. And that is, again, when I saw just a huge, progress with my son. It was really dramatic. So he was in an ABA program in Queens. And once we started it, after a couple of months, the school called me up and they said, we're going to start transitioning him to the parochial mainstream school across the street. And so by the time he was 7, he made the full transition. And when I was talking to Dr. Kratz about this, I said, how do I know this is working? How do I know when to stop? Because I didn't have any parents to talk about this, or my father's a doctor, my grandfather's a doctor. They thought I was totally nuts. And he said, well, let's see what's coming out. The hair, blood, urine, and stool are your conduits of elimination. That should be dirty. Your organic acids test should be just loaded, heavy metals, whatever. He goes, but the most important thing, Mary, are the cells. Because if the cells are healthy, they will divide to make tissues, then they'll make organs, and then they'll make systems. He goes, and eventually the body is going to work better. And I did that. I looked at his immune panels, CBC, metabolic profile, and sure enough, things were shifting in a positive direction, but what was coming out through those conduits of elimination, I mean, they were glowing. It was so toxic. So.
Thank you so much. So proper cellular health requires a fully functioning bilipid membrane. So who raised your hand if you had 10th grade biology at one time, or 9th grade? Ever had biology class? So remember the bilipid membrane with the poles and the squigglies in the middle? So that's not just true for people with autism, right? That's true for everybody, right?
This wasn't, Dr. Reckeweg probably created HEAL back in the 50s because that's when the chemical revolution started.
Yeah,
so more man-made issues were coming up. So yeah, this was never, necessarily developed for children on the spectrum.
So who wants to talk about, on the panel, anybody, the importance of avoiding the wrong kinds of phospholipids in your diet? Who's really into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's phospholipids are so readily important, for making the brain's membranes, making the myelin, and the mitochondria. The mitochondria has its own cardiolipin, has its own special type of lipid that is needed for that inner membrane to work and for the mitochondria to work. So our lipids are so important. The constitution of our lipids, right, are very important. That's why we always talk about these omega-3 fatty acids, and what they do. And it's so interesting because it ends up, you are what you eat. You know, that these fatty acids, you know, we always think of them as fuels, but what they actually do is they get integrated into those membranes as a structural part of our body. And what happens is when you have a certain signal, the cell's kind of dumb. It just pulls out one of those fats and it breaks it down. And it ends up, if it's an omega-3, it's anti-inflammatory. If it's omega-6, it's inflammatory. And the cell doesn't know which one it is. So it's all regulated by what we put into our body and what those membranes are made of.
So it's a numbers game. So should I eat like rancid seed oils and things like that, or should I sign up for, don't sue me, a Twinkie? Right? No, I want to find the healthy phospholipids, right? And I know that there's some that are available that you can get by the jar, and you can add it to your diet, right? Do you want to say something about plasmalogens in that context?
So yes, plasmalogens are phospholipids.
That's right. Okay, great. Moving right along. So what are the, Tracy, what are the benefits of umbilical cord stem cells for autism, and are there any contraindications?
This is my favorite subject. So many years ago, we took Noah to the Ukraine under the Bradstreet Protocol for stem cell therapy. My son, from vaccine injury, had lost not only his speech, but a lot of his motor skills. So here was a child who could not go across monkey bars, let alone hold onto a monkey bar, climb a rock wall, balance, tie his shoes, nothing. He was 7 years old. And within 30 days, my son regained all of that and graduated from occupational therapy. So before I get into the actual, my preferred, which is umbilical cord stem cells, I'd like to discuss why I don't prefer the other ones. And so adult, which is autologous stem cells, which are derived from either your fat or your bone marrow, which is one for a child is pretty invasive, or even an adult. But they also, cells contain memory and trauma. And as you age, through oxidative stress, our stem cells start to deplete. That's why we get old. But, you know, so to me, and then also if you have a sick person and you give them back their own stem cells, so these stem cells may be more weakened, so, and less regenerative. So I try to kind of steer away from adult. Fetal and embryonic, there's some ethical things there as to how they're collected, and it is legal here in the United States, so I'm just going to leave that at that. Allogeneic is donor stem cells. Again, you still have the same issue with adult stem cells, that, you know, they are adults, but from umbilical cord stem cells, and I am not just talking about the mesenchymal, I'm talking about all the stem cells in umbilical cord stem cells. So these are what we call the breath of life. So it is what God has used to create life. You have mesenchymal stem cells, which help, you know, repair damaged tissue, take down inflammation, hematopoietic, which help build up blood cells, and then endothelial. All of these stem cells, when you use them all in conjunction, work together to, as like a team, like all of us here today, to create healing in the body. Now, can we guarantee where it is that those stem cells will go? We can't, because they have a beautiful mind of their own. They're going to go where they are needed most. And the number one thing is, in regards to contraindications, there are, for umbilical cord stem cells, as long as they are, you know, properly extracted, and is what they're cryogenically frozen with. So to me, what I've found in my research is that kids who have a high level of histamine reactions can have a reaction to DMSO. So the lab that I've worked with here in the United States uses trehalose, which is a naturally derived sugar, and has had 0 reactions from, you know, any, you know, stem cells. So you have to be very careful in regards to, you know, what lab that you choose, where you get them from, you know, what are their viability testing? You know, the lab I work with, is their viability testing is 96% or better upon administration. That's pretty high. And then when I think to myself, the first thing that parents ask me is they're like, well, I can't afford this. And so this is the best question. And they even tell me this with diet. This is pretty sad. Is I'll tell you that when my son was diagnosed with autism, my husband, who fights big insurance companies, was smeared all over the front page of the LA Times. And he lost his business of 20 years. Our house went into foreclosure. I negotiated for treatments. I bartered for treatments. I sold everything I owned, and I did everything that I could to make sure that my son got every single treatment that he needed. And it didn't take money. It took determination, and it took a very clear intention. And that is why I earned the title of Warrior Mom. So.
Big hand, big hand. There's no force more powerful in this world than a mother's love for their children. None. We're going to wrap up here in a little bit, but I want to go to Dr. John and Dr. Richard and say, you know, the history of autism has this habit of cycling around to blaming the moms. Refrigerator moms, stress at home, too much screen time, you're not being disciplined enough, as if there's nothing happening prenatally and perinatally. But we also know that, you know, healthy moms, if they can become healthy pre-conception, as healthy as possible, are more likely to have a successful, non-complicated, healthy pregnancy. So I wanted to ask you about metabolic disorder during pregnancy, its causes, how to avoid it, and what you guys know about that.
Yeah, I mean, so some of the data is kind of interesting. If you're talking about mitochondrial disorders, there's from cord blood, yeah, and from placenta, there's actually been studies, and from maternal blood, that there seems to be prenatally some fatty acid oxidation defects, and they've done this also on neonatal blood cards that they collect for other screening. They've looked at that. So there's, and that's part of the mitochondria, so it does seem like there are these metabolic disorders that are right there at birth, and they also seem to be in the mom, so how do you prevent those, and I think that that has to do with, as you say, things like stress, having a healthy diet. If you have metabolic issues before time, having the right, nutrients. One of the things that we know that happens during pregnancy is you have a carnitine depletion. And many OBs, if you ask them, they say, yeah, that's what happens. Not thinking that, well, maybe you should improve carnitine or supplement carnitine, because that's what's very important for fatty acid oxidation defects and for mitochondrial function. So, there's many things that I think
Is that from not eating enough red meat or eating too much fish or what?
Yeah, I think it's more than that. It's more than the type of, well, it probably has to do with the type of fats. One more inflammatory, one less inflammatory, that eventually gets you there. But it's not so much that you're eating the wrong thing at any particular time. It's kind of a long-term thing, how your microbiome, because your microbiome actually makes short-chain fatty acids, which then modulate your metabolism. So this is a long-term thing. Pre-conception, you should be making sure your body and your metabolism is working optimally, because we can see that, we talk about these possibly transgeneration metabolic defects. How do they happen without genes, right? But if you're born in an environment where metabolism is not optimal, then your cells are not going to develop optimally. And so we can see that we don't need the genes. We can use that environment of the fetal environment that can change things.
Can I take this in a completely different direction?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. So, let's go back to mom blaming for a second. So Leo Kanner was operating at a time post-Freudian when the whole world boiled down to psychology. So if you read Kanner's original paper, those patients he described, he went into a lot of detail, but he used
he used the term emotionally refrigerated mothers, and he also described the fathers as bigamists. They were married more to their work than to their families. That was in an age of psychology, and we allowed psychologists to define autism. Now, the autism, the term, was really based on aloneness. That's what it translates to. I've never met more caring and empathetic human beings in my life than a lot of these young adults I know with autism. I mean, they're just wonderfully connected. So the term itself is completely a false term. And it's only because in our neurotypical brain, we see somebody who doesn't make eye contact. We see someone who doesn't show me the facial expressions or the gestures that I expect, and it's my assumption that they're not connected. But the reality is they're deeply connected, right? And they're deeply caring. And so the term itself is completely false. But we've allowed psychology and that psychological model to take hold. And what we're left with is this DSM-5 criteria, which is, you know, if you have 3 from category A and 2 from category B and 1 from category C, then, you know, you have autism. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's not a scientifically based anything. It's not based on pathophysiology. We don't diagnose anything else in the world based on that. And yet we're expected to run clinical trials on that. And think of the holdover from psychology. So we have ABA is a holdover from psychology. It's B.F. Skinner, right? Take that to an extreme, and you have, there's a school in Boston where they actually give electric shocks to kids when they don't behave well. That's an extreme, but they still have that school. So to these wonderfully empathic and caring people who simply can't communicate. I'm going to jump ahead real quick, but like we've done the same mistake with the age of genetics, the church of genetics that's taken hold, because now we have papers that come out saying advanced paternal age, you know, predisposes. Well, that is the father that Kenner described, who's a bigamist. And then you have, you know, you have papers too that really relate maternal anxiety to the child's autism as well, based on serotonin transporter genes, et cetera. But it's very similar. It's like essentially saying the same thing. We're making the same mistake. We've repeated the same mistake again. And how many decades have gone by, and we've wasted our time on a definition that makes no sense. So I would just, I guess my only thing, and I apologize for going on with this, but one thing I would leave this with is like to say, let's get rid of the term autism. Because we have a subgroup of kids that truly have a movement disorder, a brilliant mind, trapped inside a body that just doesn't work for them. They can't coordinate the movements. I'm a neurologist. I can see that. It's obvious. Why can't my colleagues see that? And why do I have to hear somebody interviewed on TV who's, you know, really mild on the spectrum, communicates really well, does not have a movement disorder, and yet is somehow speaking for the kids that I see who are trapped inside a body that doesn't work?
Excellent, excellent. So I want to thank you, Dr. Gatanis, for bringing that up. There's 2 points I want to make that are related to that, and then we'll close. Mark Blaxell and Dan Olmsted did a deep dive on the original cases of autism and found that every single one of them had an environmental exposure to mercury, either through the dad's work or so on. And this is completely unknown to modern medicine. It's just buried, right? It's at the age of autism. You can go read about it there. In the Detroit area, there's this wonderful bookstore called King's downtown. Well, it's not downtown Detroit, but it's in the Detroit area. And everywhere I go in these old books, I just have a habit of going to the old medical books. Did you know I found a chapter by messing up Skinner with the Kenner? Okay, so the man who coined the term autism in the age of phenomenology. And I have it in writing from him in this chapter, and I'll send you guys a copy of it, that he could find no evidence that it was genetic. Yeah. He actually, the guy who named it, said there's no evidence whatsoever in these families that it's genetic. And that's completely buried too. So I feel very fortunate to be among you guys. And, you know, I agree, let's move beyond the phenomenology. I think for tracking purposes, to see what we're doing with autism, with reducing chronic illness, improving human health, we better track it, at least diagnostically, that they would have qualified for autism and count and stay track on our counts. So I wanted to close here quick because we're going to lose the room in a minute, but if anybody has a brief final thing that they want to close with, please let me know.
I just wanted to kind of follow up on what John was saying, because it is the way that we approach these kids. And in medicine, we approach them as presumed incompetence. And this is the problem. We know now what spell to communicate and other things. These kids are in there. So that's where we have to change our view that just because they have a movement disorder does not mean that they're not a bright, empathetic individual inside there, and it's our job to get them out. And we have to move towards presumed competence, not presumed incompetence.
100%, probably the most important point made. Thank you very much. You're all experts. Thank you for sharing your time. And thank you, and be sure to share this with your doctor. Share the video with any doctor from any walk of life. Thank you so much.
Thank you.